Storms gathered above Dragonstone, blackening the sky, until it seemed as if all the world had narrowed to the ancient, jagged silhouette of the island fortress. Daenerys Targaryen stood upon the highest balcony of the stone drum, silver hair plastered to her brow, wind whipping her cloak about her slender frame. She was alone except for Drogon, who clung to the crumbling stone with claws the size of swords, red eyes bright with reflected lightning. The world behind her, Westeros as she had found it, was a tapestry unraveling, torn by war, suspicion, and centuries-old hatreds. But before her, stretching out across the churning, gray-green sea, was something else, the unknown, a future not yet written. She listened to the storm. It had a language of its own. She thought of the Dothraki and the Unsullied, her Khalasar and her children of blood and fire, scattered now. So many of her people, dead or lost, their bones washed by strange tides. But some remained, and one, most precious and improbable of all, now waited for her in the candlelit halls below. Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, as his blood had named him, had not abandoned her after all that had passed. He had seen her burn a city, seen her grieve, seen the fragile steel that made her break and made her unbreakable. He had not turned away. Daenerys pressed her hand to Drogon's snout, feeling the heat beneath scales as dark as midnight. His nostrils flared. The storm was breaking, but not yet. There was a moment suspended, a breath caught in the throat of fate, when the world was neither drowned nor reborn. Below, in the cavernous gloom of the council chamber, Jon waited. He stood alone at the table, a carved thing of driftwood and dragon bone. Ghost padded beside him, pale as mist, yellow eyes slitted in the half-light. Jon's hair was wet too, rainwater clinging to the black curls at his brow, and his furs were heavy with salt. He looked older now, and the gravity that had always clung to him had grown into something almost regal, though he still wore no crown. When Daenerys entered, he turned and bowed his head, but she saw the shadow of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "You're soaked," he said. She ran her fingers through her hair, laughing softly despite herself. "It rains," she replied, "and still the world turns." He beckoned her to the table. The surface was spread with maps, Westeros as always, broken into fractured kingdoms, rivers forking between names writ in ancient ink. But next to those old maps was something new, a blank parchment. Daenerys' eyes lingered there. He saw her gaze and cleared his throat, his northern voice rough. "I have been thinking, what comes after all this, Dany?" She let the question breathe. It was a thing with wings, trembling and fierce, desperate to fly. "What do you see, Jon?" He looked away, as if the answer was hidden somewhere in the dancing shadows of the torches. "Westeros. It's sick with old wounds. No king or queen can heal that. Not the way it's always been done." Daenerys nodded. She touched the blank parchment. "So we write something new." He met her eyes, storm gray. "Not just for us, for all of them. Something that will last longer than thrones or banners." She reached across the table, folding her hand over his. "A new Valyria," she said, letting the words fall like stones into deep water. Jon stiffened, his eyes flickering to the window, where the thunder still grumbled. "The Valyria I've heard of was no paradise. No?" It wasn't. But it was hope once. Power, knowledge, unity. But before the doom, they built wonders the world has never seen since. She looked at him, earnest. "I do not mean to build their empire. I mean to build what they dreamed of, before they lost themselves to fire and blood." He squeezed her hand. "And if Westeros refuses?" She smiled, lips curling with the confidence of one who has survived hell and come through it unburnt. "Then we build it here, on the edge of the world. We gather the broken, the lost, the ones who hunger for more than what these 7 kingdoms offer. She raised her chin. They will come. You know they will. He studied her, 1,000 thoughts playing across his face. Doubt, hope, longing, fear. At last he nodded. We can't do it alone. We won't, she promised. We have dragons. She thought then not only of Drogon, but of the others. The memory of Rhaegal and Viserion, of eggs unhatched, and the last embers of her house. Stubborn against the darkness, she saw in Jon not just the man she loved, but the possibility of something truly new. A union of North and South, ice and fire, the wolf and the dragon. She saw in their joining not just peace, but creation. Jon straightened. Then let's begin. The days that followed became a blur of plans, of letters written and messengers sent, of secret councils and hard, silent work. Davos Seaworth was the first to pledge himself to the new cause, his weathered face breaking into a smile as he clasped Jon's hand. Never did have much love for lords and crowns, he said, but I'll serve any man, or woman, who means to build something better. Grey Worm, silent as the blade at his hip, nodded his assent. The Unsullied are yours, he told Daenerys, voice iron steady, not for vengeance, for peace. From the free cities, word spread. Illyrio Mopatis sent gold. Old allies whispered of lost Valyrian scrolls, and even the hard-eyed sellswords of the Golden Company sent a cautious envoy, promising swords if the new order meant new profits. Gendry Baratheon came, tall and awkward, still unused to the weight of lordship. He had rebuilt Storm's End, but there were cracks in the stone, ghosts in every hallway. There's nothing left for me here, he admitted, glancing from Jon to Daenerys. But if you want a world of builders, not just fighters, I know how to use a hammer. Arya Stark was last to come. Her arrival as silent as a shadow at dusk. She found Jon on the cliffs above the sea, ghost at his side. She did not smile, but her eyes were alive with restless light. I'll help, she said simply, if you promise me this new world won't be just another cage. Jon laughed, low and surprised. No cages, no more secrets. They called the new city Nye Valyria at first. New Valyria, a place born of exile, ambition, and longing. It was to rise at the mouth of Blackwater Bay, where Dragonstone stood guard against the tides. The work was slow at first. Just a handful of tents and fires on the wind-scoured headland. Scattered stones set as boundaries. A foundation of dreams. But dreams, Daenerys had learned, could be made real with sweat and steel and stubbornness. The first to come were the desperate. Small folk fleeing bandits in the Riverlands, refugees from the Reach and Dorne, orphans and broken men. They came with little but hope, and Daenerys welcomed them, giving them food, shelter, and purpose. Jon oversaw the building, ordering ditches dug, palisades raised, stones quarried. He moved among the people, sleeves rolled, sword at his belt but rarely drawn. Ghost watched everything, silent and loyal. The new city was built on labor, not conquest. Drogon circled above, a living promise that power could protect as well as destroy. Rumors raced through Westeros like wildfire. Cersei, walled up in the ruins of King's Landing, sent spies and saboteurs, but found only unity and discipline. Sansa, queen in the north, dispatched cautious envoys, but did not yet bend the knee. The faith spoke against the Dragon City, but their sermons rang hollow when the hungry filled their bellies and the sick found healers at the city's gates. It was Arya who brought the first fire-washed stones. She had journeyed to the ruins of Valyria itself, stealing past stone men in shadow, risking death for shards of obsidian and twisted relics of lost days. She returned changed, her eyes older, her voice quieter, but she handed Daenerys a stone, black as night and shot through with veins of red. Build with this, she said, and they will know you mean it. Daenerys wept then, for all she had lost, and all she stood to gain. She built the first hall with her own hands, setting the Valyrian stone at its heart. As the seasons turned, Valyria grew. Fields were cleared, and the first crops planted. Canals cut through the marshy land, bringing fresh water. Craftsmen arrived from Pentos and Lys, eager to ply their trades in a place where guilds and lords held no sway. In the evenings, Daenerys would stand atop the new walls, watching the city come to life. 1,000 lanterns glittering like fallen stars. Laughter and music drifting up from the alleys. A market alive with a dozen tongues. It was not without hardship. Raiders came, testing the city's strength. But Jon led the defense himself, never asking his people to face a danger he would not. There were disputes, jealousies, old wounds reopened by new hope. But where the old kings would have answered with fire and gallows, Daenerys and Jon answered with law, mediation, and, when needed, exile. The dragons kept the peace. Drogon roosted atop the city's highest spire, his wings blotting out the sun. To many, his presence was a promise. To others, a warning. Some feared. Some worshipped, but all respected. It was in the second year that Sansa came, cloaked in wolf fur and crowned with ice. She brought with her 100 northerners, weary but proud, and stood before Daenerys in the new hall. The city fell silent, breathless with the tension of old wounds. Sansa bowed, slow and deep. "You keep your promises, Daenerian. The North remembers." Daenerys took her hand. "Help us build. Help us remember what should never be forgotten." In the shadows, Arya smiled. There were other councils, one to decide the fate of the city's faiths, another to forge the new code of law. Gendry sat beside Jon, hammer in hand, arguing for the rights of the commoners. Davos spoke for the sea, for trade and tolerance. Grey Worm watched all. And steady, children played in the squares, speaking a new tongue. A bastard's blend of the common tongue and Valyrian, rough but full of hope. New songs were sung at night. Songs of beginnings, not endings. Jon and Daenerys walked together at dusk, hand in hand. Sometimes they spoke of the past, of the battles fought, and friends lost. But more often they dreamed aloud, whispering of what Valyria might become. A place where dragons soared, but justice ruled. Where the strong protected the weak. Where the sins of the fathers were not passed on to the children. In the end, Daenerys thought, it was not fire or blood that made a city great, but the courage to hope in the face of despair. As the third year dawned, the first dragon egg hatched in the new city. A tiny creature, all wings and hunger and impossible beauty. Daenerys cradled it in her arms and Jon laughed, the sound ringing out over the rooftops. A new age had begun, not in war or conquest, but in a city built for those who would dare to dream. And above them all, Drogon's sword, black against the dawn, as Valyria took its first hopeful breath. Spring's earliest warmth crept across Valyria's fields, coaxing wildflowers through the black loam, where old armies had trampled only months before. The dawn came gentle now, rising beyond the towers that Daenerys and Jon had willed from the bones of an ancient headland. The old ghosts of Dragonstone, once restless and cold, seemed to slink away, making space for new life. Smoke from the hearths and the steam of bakeries and forges floated up together, twining with dragonfire in the early mist. Jon woke with the city. He lay in a narrow bed in a modest room, by choice, refusing the larger chambers Daenerys had ordered built for her consort. Ghost was at his feet, breathing slow and steady, nose twitching as if chasing hares in his dreams. Jon's sword, Longclaw, was propped by the door, never far from reach. But more often lately, Jon found himself reaching for parchment and quill, not steel. He dressed quietly and made his way to the balcony, boots soft on the stone. Below, the city stretched out in a fan, its streets spiraling from the central spire Daenerys had named the Dragon's Heart. The river, newly channeled, caught the sun in a molten band, feeding orchards and fields that even now bore the green promise of harvest. He watched fishermen mend nets on the banks, laughing at some joke lost to distance. and a flock of children dashed past, shrieking in a dozen tongues. One or two riding piggyback, pretending to be dragons. A figure approached on the terrace behind him. Jon didn't turn. He recognized Arya's tread. Soft, unhurried, unburdened by the armor of command. "You look less like a king every day," she teased, taking the place beside him. Her hair was braided back in a practical knot, face sun-browned and set with lines of laughter and danger. "Better that way," Jon answered. "Let them forget kings. I'd rather be remembered as a builder than a breaker." Arya's eyes, gray as the morning sea, flicked to the newborn city. "I'll grant you that you build well," she said, her voice gentler. "But you and Daenerys, you're still dragons. Sooner or later, someone will come to test your teeth." "No." Jon smiled ruefully. "Let them come. It's the city's teeth they should fear now, not mine." Arya slipped a dagger from her belt, spun it absently, then tucked it away. Sansa's meeting with Daenerys. "Shall I guess what they're arguing over today? Bread or banners?" Jon asked, only half joking. Arya grinned. "Both, probably. The Queen of the North wants her share of the grain. Dany wants Northerners to swear by her new code of law. Perhaps," Jon mused, "the city will swallow both of them whole and spit out something better." Arya nudged him. "Or the city will burn, if you're not careful." Jon let the silence stand between them, watching smoke rise from a distant forge. "Are you leaving again?" he asked finally. "Not yet." Arya's lips curved. "There's more to see here. For once, it's not just death and ghosts. I want to see what you build when no one is watching. And if there's trouble, you'll need a wolf among your dragons." "Them?" Jon clasped her arm in thanks, warmth passing between them. Down in the city, the day had properly begun. Merchants unshuttered their stalls, spreading spices from Essos in bright silks, smoked fish from the narrow sea, wool and furs from the north. The clangor of hammers rose from Gendry's new smithy, where apprentices, boys and girls both, swarmed like bees, learning the craft. Gendry himself emerged into the square, broad-shouldered and soot-streaked, carrying a length of dragon steel. He nodded at Jon and Arya on their high perch, raising the bar overhead as if in salute. "We'll need more of this," he shouted, his voice echoing. "And more miners." "The city grows too fast for its bones." Jon smiled and waved back, pride swelling in his chest. Daenerys joined him a moment later, wrapped in a simple blue cloak. Her hair loose but for a tiny braid set with a chip of obsidian. A gift from Arya, to remind her of the fire that built this place. He reached for her hand, fingers entwining. "The city wakes for you. It wakes for both of us," she replied, lips brushing his knuckles. "For all of us, this is the dream, Jon. But we must tend it like fire. Too little, and it dies. Too much, and it burns all we've made." They walked together through the corridors and out into the city. Everywhere they went, eyes followed them. Reverent, wary, curious. Some called Daenerys Issa, as the freedmen had in Astapor. Others whispered, "Blood of the dragon," or "Mother of dragons." But there was less awe, less trembling fear than in the old days. Jon too was known as Wolf Prince, or the Bridge, for he had united North and South, at least in this place. Their titles mattered less than their actions. In the city square, a court of sorts had assembled. Davos Seaworth, master of ships and merchant lord of Valyria, presided over disputes, a missing bolt of silk, a fight over stolen coin, a ship captain who'd overstayed his welcome. Jon and Daenerys listened, intervening only when a decision seemed unjust. The city's first code of law, written with Gendry's hand and Sansa's wisdom, was rough but honest. It bound free folk, noble and common alike, to a simple promise: do no harm to neighbor or city, keep your oaths, and all may seek redress. Grey Worm appeared, his unsullied and loose formation, armor gleaming. They kept order but did not threaten. The Unsullied, like the city's other defenders, served not a throne, but the law. As the morning wore on, Sansa approached, trailing half a dozen northerners. She wore gray wool and white fur, her face set with the calm steel pride of Winterfell. "There's talk in the north," she said, "of taxes and trade. They wonder if you mean to make this city their master or their partner." Daenerys met her gaze without flinching. "Valyria is no master to any. The north is free, but if you want trade, you must offer goods in return. Grain, silver, peace. We ask nothing more than what is given freely." Sansa inclined her head. "Peace then is our coin. You have it, so long as you keep it." Jon clasped Sansa's hand. "Sister, you know I would never betray you, nor force the north to bow." Sansa's eyes softened, just for a heartbeat. "I know, Jon. It is not you I fear, but the world. Old wounds fester, even as new cities rise. But for now, we build, together." "Nan?" With that, she turned and was gone, her retinue falling in behind. Arya lingered at the edge of the crowd, watching with a faint smirk. She'll never trust a city of dragons, she whispered as she passed Jon. "But she'll die to protect it. That's the north for you." The morning faded into afternoon. In the great square, Gendry staged a demonstration, his smiths forging a new blade from obsidian and dragon steel, the metal hissing and spitting as it bent to their will. A crowd gathered, gasping as the blade shone silver and black, brighter than any steel. "With this," Gendry shouted, "the dead will never again rise against us. Here in Valyria, all may learn the secret. No more lords hoarding power. Let every man and woman forge their own fate." Daenerys watched, her heart swelling with hope. In that moment, she saw the future. A city not ruled by dragons, but by the promise of fire shared, not hoarded. A place where knowledge was as free as the wind, where bloodlines meant little and courage meant all. Yet even as hope bloomed, shadows gathered at the city's edge. Messengers came from the Reach, from Dorne, from the Iron Islands, some seeking alliance, others bearing veiled threats. Old houses watched with wary eyes, unsure whether this experiment would birth a golden age or a new doom. On the third night of the spring festival, with lanterns blazing and dragonfire painting the sky, a stranger slipped into Valyria. He wore a traveler's cloak, dust-stained and heavy, and a mask of beaten silver that hid his face. His voice was soft as he moved through the markets, buying bread, asking after Daenerys and Jon. He spoke to craftsmen and fishmongers, to children and guards, learning the pulse of the city. In the quiet before dawn, Arya cornered him at the riverbank. Her blade gleamed at his throat, and her voice was ice. "Masks don't last long here." "Who are you?" He smiled, removing the mask. His hair was silver gold, his eyes sharp and wary. "You may call me Aelor," he said, though Arya caught the hesitation, the hint of another name beneath. "What brings a Targaryen bastard to Valyria?" she demanded, never lowering the blade. Aelor's smile faded. "Word has spread even across the sea. There are whispers in Volantis, in Lys, even in Bravos. They say the old blood is rising, that dragons rule again." He met Arya's gaze. "I have come to see if the stories are true. If Valyria is what they say, a city for all, not just dragons." "Now," Arya studied him, then sheathed her dagger. "We'll see if you belong, but know this, one lie, one knife in the dark, and you'll answer to me." Aelor nodded. "I would expect nothing less." She led him to Daenerys and Jon at sunrise. They sat in the dragon's heart, sharing a quiet meal, the city slowly waking around them. Daenerys listened to Aelor's tale, weighing each word. She asked him about Valyria, about the free cities, about what he sought here. "You are of the blood," she said at last. "But blood alone means little. What do you offer Valyria?" He considered. "I am a scholar. I have knowledge, secrets from the old days, hidden in the libraries of Volantis and the wreckage of Valyria. I can help build temples, schools, places of healing. But I want more than sanctuary. I want a future." "Then," Jon nodded, glancing at Daenerys. "Then prove it. Show us what you know. Help us build." So Aelor was welcomed, not as a prince, but as a builder, a teacher, a man with scars and hopes of his own. Others followed in his wake, exiles and adventurers, lost sons and daughters, even a few maesters who'd turned their backs on the citadel, hungry for freedom to explore magic and science unchained. With each passing moon, Valyria changed. Towers rose, gardens bloomed. The market grew wilder, richer, spices from Yeti, scrolls from Ashai, even relics of the old Valyria traded for grain and steel. The dragons, too, flourished. Rhaella, the hatchling born in Daenerys' arms, grew with impossible speed, learning from Drogon how to soar above the sea, how to breathe fire without destroying. The people watched in awe and fear. But the dragons grew gentle, playful with children, patient with shepherds. No one went hungry, none feared the night. And with each new day, the city's heart beat stronger. But not all watched with hope. In the high halls of King's Landing, what little remained of them, Cersei Lannister brooded on her throne of rubble. News of Valyria gnawed at her pride. She sent envoys, then spies, then assassins. All turned away or unmasked before they could strike. Sansa warned Jon of Cersei's plots. "She will not accept your peace. Her pride is as sharp as her knives. Be careful, Jon. She will strike where you least expect." Jon was careful, but he would not let fear rule. Instead, he welcomed strangers, listened to those who disagreed, offered clemency even to those caught spying. "We cannot build a new world with old grudges," he told Daenerys, "or it will burn before it's born." Daenerys agreed, though it cost her. She had known too much loss, too many betrayals. But for Jon, she learned patience, restraint, hope. They gathered the council, a wild assembly now, lords and commoners, smiths and healers, even a few wildlings from beyond the wall. Each voice mattered, each was heard. Davos guided trade, forging treaties with Braavos and Pentos. Gendry taught young smiths to shape dragonsteel, sharing secrets once reserved for lords. Arya patrolled the streets, watching for shadows. Sansa, visiting more often, offered counsel and hard truths. Aelor built the city's first great library, a hall of glass and stone where knowledge from every corner of the world was welcomed and preserved. Children learned to read Valyrian and the common tongue. Old women taught herbs and healing. And every night, as lanterns flickered, Daenerys stood on the spire with Jon at her side, watching Drogon and Rhaella circle above the city, their shadows long against the glowing streets. "We did this," Jon whispered one evening, his voice thick with wonder. "Not alone, but we began it." Daenerys leaned her head on his shoulder. "It will last, if we make it so." Yet even as hope grew, war crept ever nearer. Armies gathered in the Reach, and iron-borne ships prowled the coast. The old houses could not forget, could not forgive. They saw the rising city as a threat, a challenge to all they had ever known. Word came. Cersei was marching, her banners blood-red, her eyes fixed on Valyria. Jon called the council to arms. "We will defend what we have built, but not with fire and fury, not unless all else fails. We will offer peace, one last time." "Then?" Daenerys stood beside him, fire in her eyes. "If they refuse, if they try to burn what we have made, I will answer. But let it be their choice, not ours." Arya grinned, knives ready. "Let them come." Valyria is not afraid. As dawn rose on the day of reckoning, the city was silent, holding its breath, waiting. The council gathered in the dragon's heart, every heart steady. Outside, the people stood ready, not as soldiers, but as a community, determined not to be broken. Jon rode to the gates, Ghost at his side, banners flying. Daenerys flew above on Drogon, Rhaella flanking her, their wings blocking out the sun. They did not attack. They waited. Cersei's army halted at the edge of the fields, spears glittering, armor bright. But as her soldiers looked upon Valyria, the towers, the fields, the dragons soaring, the people unbowed, they hesitated. Cersei herself came forward, eyes narrowed. She met Jon and Daenerys before the gates, her words sharp as ever. "You think you can change the world with hope? You think dragons and bastards can rule what kings and queens could not?" Jon met her gaze, calm as the sea. "Not with dragons. With people. With a city that belongs to all, not just a crown." Daenerys' voice was clear, ringing across the fields. "Join us, or turn away. But we will not burn for your pride." Cersei's eyes flickered. She saw her army wavering, saw the hope in the city's eyes. At last, "Indiazabelandero, keep your city, for now. But nothing lasts forever." She turned, and her army withdrew, grumbling, uncertain. The city exhaled. The gates opened. Children danced in the streets, and the dragons soared higher. Triumphant. The war had not come. Not yet. Jon and Daenerys stood at the heart of Valyria, their hands joined. All around them, hope burned brighter than any fire. They had built something new, a dream made stone, steel, and flame. And as the sun set on the city, casting golden light over all they had made, they knew the world had changed, if only for a day. But a day was all any dream needed to take root and grow. Oh, Kanden. The long days of summer bled slowly into autumn, and with them came the first harvest born of Valyria's fields. Barley and oats from the new cleared northern terraces, pumpkins and squash ripening heavy under dragon-warmed soil, figs and pomegranates grown from foreign seed. It was not yet the plenty of old Valyria, the city of legend, but it was a beginning. The markets throbbed with new life. Fishermen sold eel's fat as a child's arm from the Blackwater, and stonemasons argued over whose blocks would frame the next tower to rise. Every wall, every roof beam seemed a promise sealed to the coming seasons, daring the world to test their resolve. Yet beneath the hum of industry, a tension coiled. Too many came to Valyria with hunger in their bellies, hope in their eyes, and daggers hidden behind their smiles. Old lords, dispossessed or untrusted in their own lands, brought their gold, their schemes, their banners sown with ambition. Bastards and exiles, pirates and priests and wildlings, all sought a place in this city of beginnings. It was as if the tides of history, swollen by war and shattered oaths, broke upon this narrow headland and left the city's heart forever tested by the restless sea. Jon walked those restless streets daily, cloak trailing dust, sword at his hip. He moved quietly among his people, asking questions, settling disputes, listening with a careful ear for rumor or rising anger. He found himself at home in none of the new guild halls or merchant courts, preferring the shade beneath unfinished arches, the common wells where water was drawn by 100 hands. Some days he was Lord Jon, other days the wolf, but most days he was simply a man among men, trying to hold together a city that could crumble with a whisper or a single careless act. Daenerys, meanwhile, was everywhere at once. She met with shipwrights at dawn, argued with healers by noon, sat at council with Sansa and Davos and Grey Worm through the afternoons. At sunset she dined in the gardens with Gendry and Arya and the new arrivals, listening, always listening, as voices from Pentos, Lys, the Riverlands and the North clashed and mingled over wine and honeyed bread. At night, she climbed the dragon's heart and watched the torches below. Her thoughts circling with Drogon and Rhaella as they soared over the city's rooftops. She was restless, never satisfied. It was not enough for Valyria to survive. She wanted it to shine, to become a beacon that no storm could extinguish. One cold night, as the first true frost crept over the fields, Daenerys summoned Jon to the high tower where the old Valyrian stone burned warm from the day's sun. She stood by a table cluttered with letters, plans, and maps. Her hair glinted in the candlelight, silver and gold in shadow. She barely looked up as he entered. "Another trouble, my queen?" he asked, smiling despite his tired bones. She set down her quill and faced him, her eyes sharper than dragon glass. "They say Selyse Florent is raising men in the Stormlands, calling herself Queen of the Dawn. She claims the gods sent her a vision. Valyria will bring a second doom." "Then?" Jon's smile faded. He picked up the letter she handed him, reading Selyse's words. The threats were veiled, but the promise was clear. Old blood would not go quietly. "We knew they'd come," Jon said softly. "They fear what they can't control." Daenerys pressed her palms to the table, knuckles white. "They fear the end of their old world. They will fight with every lie, every blade in the dark." He moved to her side, laying his hand over hers. "We'll weather it, together." She closed her eyes, just for a moment, and let out a long, slow breath. "Together," she whispered, as if the word itself were a magic that could bind all things. They summoned the council the next day. Gendry, hammer still streaked with soot. Arya, eyes hard as iron. Davos, gray and wary. Sansa, pale with worry. Aelor, the silver-haired scholar with secrets folded deep in his heart. Grey Worm stood silent behind Daenerys as always. They argued as councils do, over walls and weapons, grain stores and spies, whether to arm every citizen or keep steel in trusted hands. Sansa pressed her point, sharp as frost. "If we act too harshly, we lose the North's trust. If we are too soft, we invite chaos." Gendry snorted. "Trust is built with bread and work, not speeches. Feed them, let them build, and they'll fight for you." Arya, never patient, flicked her dagger between her fingers. "We let the wolves and dragons hunt together. I'll find Selyse's spies. If she sends blades in the dark, I'll send her their heads." Aelor spoke last, voice gentle but unyielding. "You are forging a city, not an army. Let others see what Valyria means. A home for the broken, the outcast, those who've never known justice. Don't answer every threat with steel. Answer with what they most fear. Hope that does not die." Jon listened to them all, then finally said, "We prepare, but we do not become the thing we fight. Every choice we make now is a stone in the city's foundation. Let no stone be set in anger or fear." Daenerys agreed, but her heart was torn. She remembered Meereen, Astapor, the cities she had freed only to see them descend into war again. She could not let Valyria become a grave for dreams. In the weeks that followed, tensions rose. Selyse's men appeared along the river, stirring trouble, whispering old fears. "Dragons will burn you in your beds. The blood of the dragon is cursed. No one but the gods can rule." There were fistfights, then riots. A granary torched in the dead of night. Daenerys visited the wounded, soothed the frightened, made sure bread was handed out at every corner. She sent Arya and the Unsullied to root out the worst troublemakers. But she also ordered mercy for those who surrendered. One dawn, the city awoke to find the doors of the dragon's heart flung wide. Daenerys herself stood before the crowd, Jon at her side, Rhaella curled protectively behind her. Wings mantled but gentle. The people pressed close, curious and fearful. She spoke simply, her voice carrying over the silent square. "This city was built by exiles and dreamers. It will not fall to fear. I offer justice, not vengeance. All who wish to live in peace are welcome. Those who plot in darkness, leave now, or answer to the law of Valyria." Jon stepped forward, voice calm. "We are not your lords. This city belongs to you all. Defend it, shape it, or see it wither. The choice is yours." One by one, voices rose from the crowd. "We will stand. We built this, we will not run." Even some who had doubted, who had listened to Selyse's men, now shouted their loyalty. That day, Jon and Daenerys walked the streets together, hand in hand, letting the city see them as flesh and blood, not distant rulers. They broke bread with the blacksmiths, drank wine with fishwives, let children stroke Rhaella's scales, while Drogon soared overhead. By nightfall, the city felt changed. A little less afraid, a little more determined. Still, war hovered like a vulture. Scouts brought word. Selyse's banners moved closer, her army swelled by Reachmen and Storm Lords who had lost their homes to Lannister or Targaryen fire. Worse, a new player had entered the game. Euron Greyjoy, the Kraken King, his fleet blackening the narrow sea. Euron's letters to Daenerys were filled with madness and promise. "Give me a dragon queen and a wolf king," he wrote, "and I will give you the world." She burned each letter unread after the first. The council met daily now, fortifying the city, sending ravens to Sansa, to Dorne, to the Vale, seeking allies and warning of danger. Sansa responded with her own warning. "Trust only your own blood. The world will not forgive another dragon empire, no matter how kindly it is dressed." Jon wrote her back, his hand unsteady. "There is no empire here, only hope and a little fear." The siege began quietly. Euron's ships closed the bay, cutting off food and trade. Selyse's men dug in along the rivers, harassing foragers, burning farms. For the first time since its founding, Valyria's markets stood nearly empty. Daenerys refused to let despair take root. She led sorties by day, breaking blockades, bringing in food under cover of dragonwing and darkness. Jon rode at her side, leading men and women of every blood and banner in daring raids. The city endured, hungry, battered, but unbroken. One stormy night, Arya returned from the enemy camps, rain streaming down her face, eyes wild. She burst into the council chamber, throwing down a blood-stained cloak. "Euron's men are drunk on madness," she hissed. "They speak of black magic, dark priests from the east. Selyse is no true queen. She's a puppet for old gods and new monsters. We must strike now, before they bring some horror to our gates." Men said so. Daenerys looked to Jon, whose face was shadowed with dread. "We have held to mercy," he said. "But if monsters come, we must answer with fire." The next day, a great shape was seen at the horizon. Euron's flagship, hung with banners of krakens and burning eyes. Priests in red and black called fire from the decks, tossing flasks that burst in green flame. Wildfire set loose upon the waves. The city's defenses, battered but stubborn, held. Daenerys mounted Drogon. Jon took his place beside her on Rhaella, and together they rose above the walls, raining fire only upon the enemy ships, sparing the small folk on shore. The battle was chaos, a storm of steel and flame and magic. Euron himself hurled javelins of black iron at the dragons, laughing, calling Daenerys sister of death. Selyse's men broke ranks and fled, some throwing down arms and running to the city, others cut down by Arya and Grey Worm. It was Gendry, swinging his great hammer, who broke through the line and felled Selyse herself, ending her false reign with a single blow. Euron, wounded and raging, tried to flee, but Drogon swept low, flames engulfing his flagship. The sea burned, and with it, the last hope of the old world's vengeance. After the battle, the city mourned its dead, buried its wounded, rebuilt its shattered docks and fields. Daenerys spoke at the funerals, her voice trembling but fierce. "We have faced the darkness," she told them, "and found light in each other. Valyria was born in exile, but it lives in hope. Let this be the last war fought in the name of old wounds. Let every stone we set from this day forward be for peace." Linda won. Jon stood with her, silent, holding her hand, knowing that peace would always need defending, that hope was a battle never truly won. The seasons turned again, and the city healed. Its people, hardened by war but tempered by hope, rebuilt with fresh vigor. New crops were sown, new ships launched. Scholars and healers and children from every corner of the world came to study in Aeller's great library. The wildlings brought furs and stories from beyond the wall. The summer islanders, spices and laughter. The Dornish wine and song. Valyria thrived, never perfect, always striving, forever awake. In time, Sansa brought her own son to be fostered at the Dragon's Heart, trusting her family's future to the city she once doubted. Gendry and Arya wed quietly, choosing the forges and wild hills over court and pageantry. Aeller's library grew to rival the Citadel, gathering lore and magic that had been lost since the Doom. Daenerys and Jon ruled not as monarchs but as stewards, guardians of a dream. Some called them king and queen, but they refused thrones, preferring the open halls of the council and the fields among their people. One winter's night, as snow fell soft over the city, and the dragons slumbered on their warm towers, Daenerys and Jon walked the ramparts together. The city was quiet, torches flickering, voices hushed. Jon looked out over Valyria, heart full. "Do you think it will last?" he asked. Daenerys leaned into him, her eyes aglow. "Nothing lasts forever, but this is worth everything." Below, the city breathed, a living thing of hope and fire. And above, the dragons dreamed new dreams, their wings ready for whatever dawn might bring. Kandishi. A hard frost held the land outside Valyria, glazing the black stone walls with a sheen that shimmered blue under the pale winter sun. The city, though battered and scarred from the siege, seemed only more alive in the cold. The streets were busy with repair, masons patching the Dragon's Heart, children sledding on planks down sloped lanes, merchants hawking chestnuts and boiled wine to stave off the bite in the air. Every day, 100 languages mixed in the marketplace, the voices of those who had come to seek their fortune in this new city. Northmen and Dothraki, Lysine and Bravosi, summer islanders and wildlings from the distant cold. Each brought something: memory, skill, old pain, new longing. Jon Snow rose before dawn, as was his custom. He moved through the sleeping quarters quietly, careful not to wake Daenerys or the handful of council guards who dozed in alcoves just outside the royal rooms. Ghost padded after him, silent as moonlight, the only sign of his presence a fleeting glimmer of eyes in the shadows. Jon's path led him first to the kitchens, where he poured hot water and crumbled bread for his meal, sharing crusts with Ghost. There was comfort in this routine, a small thing he carried from Winterfell, to remind himself that even now, at the center of all things, he was never truly a king. Later, Jon walked the eastern ramparts, surveying the city and the distant sea. Winter had quieted the water, pinning sheets of ice in the shallows. Down by the docks, he saw Gendry and his smiths wrestling planks into the hull of a new ship, their breath rising in puffs as they cursed the cold. The ship would bear the name Freefolk, a gift to the wildlings who had chosen to settle on the southern shore, their ways now woven into the fabric of Valyria. Jon watched as a woman from Hardhome drove in nails with the rhythm of a war drum, then laughed as a Lysine boy nearly dropped a barrel into the water. Laughter, he thought, was as rare as fire in winter, but more precious for it. Back in the Dragon's Heart, Daenerys stood before a great bronze mirror as two handmaidens twisted her hair into thick braids. Her face was calm, but her eyes betrayed restlessness. She had slept poorly, haunted by dreams of fire and distant screams, visions she could not name but which clung to her waking hours. Today was the first of the city's new festivals, the Day of Making, set on the solstice to mark the birth of Valyria from the ashes of war. Daenerys had insisted on it, a celebration not of conquest, but of creation. Carpenters and masons would parade their tools, children would perform the city's new anthem in Valyrian and the common tongue, and the markets would spill out into the fields for a night of feasting, laughter, and stories. The festival would end with a flight of dragons, Drogon and Rhaella, circling the spires in a blaze of torchlight and color. But Daenerys' mind was elsewhere. Letters from Sansa spoke of unrest in the north, lords jealous of Valyria's wealth, septons whispering of dragons and blasphemy. Messengers from the Reach brought uneasy news. Highgarden had sworn a wary peace, but bandits roamed the borders, led by men who cared for neither king nor council. From the free cities came tidings of trade and trouble alike. Envy Daenerys suspected, cloaked in silk and gold. She broke away from the mirror and joined Jon on the balcony, her hands buried in the sleeves of a heavy white cloak. Together, they watched the city wake. "Do you remember Meereen?" she asked quietly. He nodded, his gaze fixed on a column of smoke rising from the Potter's district. "I remember you freed a city and learned how heavy chains can be, even when broken." She smiled faintly. "I was so sure then." Every answer seemed clear. Her hand found his. "Here, everything is fog. One wrong step and all we've built could fall." Jon squeezed her fingers. "That's what it means to build something new." The old world hated doubt. But doubt keeps us honest. It's how we know we're not just playing at being gods. She rested her head on his shoulder. "Promise me, Jon. If the day comes when I cannot see clearly, if I falter, promise me you'll remind me of this. Of doubt. Of hope." Then, he pressed a kiss to her hair. "Always." The bells for the day of making began to ring, low and sweet, echoing through every crooked alley and high court. Jon and Daenerys descended into the city as equals, not as monarchs, letting the people see them as they truly were, two tired dreamers carrying the weight of 1,000 hopes. Gendry met them near the market, his apron dusted with sawdust, face bright with anticipation. "I've got something for you both," he declared, drawing them to the smithy where a crowd had gathered. On a long table, covered in a cloth of blue and silver, lay the city's first ceremonial sword, dragon steel and iron, forged with obsidian chips and set with sapphires. "Not for war," Gendry said, lifting it for all to see, "but for judgment and justice. The blade of the city, not the blade of kings." Daenerys laid a hand on the sword, feeling the weight of history and the trembling pulse of something new. "Let it be drawn only in defense of the innocent," she said, her words carrying to every ear. "And let its strength be the people's, not ours alone." The crowd cheered, and children pressed forward to touch the blade, wide-eyed and giggling. Arya arrived, slipping through the throng like a shadow. Her cloak was muddy, her hair windblown, but her eyes were sharp and bright. She grinned at Jon and Daenerys, then nodded to Gendry. "You look more a king every day, blacksmith." He snorted. "Let's hope the city never needs one." Arya turned to Daenerys, serious for a moment. "There's a rumor in the lower market. A priest from Volantis, red-robed and wild-eyed, stirring up the old faith. He's preaching doom and fire, saying dragons will turn on their masters. He's got followers." "Then," Daenerys frowned, "send for him. I'll speak to him myself." Arya vanished with a nod, moving through the crowd as if she were made of smoke. The day passed in a flurry of events. Races through the snow-choked streets, contests of skill with bow and spear, storytellers weaving the first tales of Valyria's founding. Food was passed from hand to hand, and for a time, the city seemed to forget hunger and fear. The sun dipped, lanterns blossomed, and the dragons took to the sky, their shadows long and beautiful. In the heart of the festival, Daenerys met with the Red Priest in a tent of dyed silk. He was old, with a beard as white as bone and eyes burning with fervor. "Mother of dragons," he intoned, bowing low, "I am Meleys of the Lord of Light. I have seen you in my flames, standing in the ashes of a burning world. I have seen a city of fire, and dragons devouring hope." "Bow." Daenerys studied him, searching for malice. "You are welcome here, Meleys, but fear-mongering has no place in this city. What is it you want?" He smiled, revealing missing teeth. "Only truth. The old gods are dying. The new world is coming. You and your dragons will decide whether it is born in fire or in peace. Beware those who call themselves your friends, for betrayal waits at every hand." She nodded. "Your warning is heard, but I will not rule by fear. Stay if you wish, preach what you believe, but if you incite violence, you will be exiled." The priest bowed again. "All flames consume. not all bring light. That night, after the festival's last song, Daenerys and Jon sat alone in their quarters, the sounds of laughter fading into the stone. She leaned against him, weary but content. "I worry for the city," she murmured. "Every peace feels borrowed. Every joy is shadowed." Jon traced the line of her jaw, his thumb gentle. "There is always a shadow, but it cannot swallow all the light." She closed her eyes. "If only I could believe that always." He kissed her forehead. "Let yourself rest for tonight at least." She drifted to sleep in his arms, dreaming of dragons flying over endless fields, their wings carving patterns in the stars. Winter deepened, and with it came challenges the city had never faced. The river froze, choking the canals. Food stores ran thin, and old rivalries re-emerged. Northern houses accused Lysine traders of hoarding, while a Dothraki camp in the southern fields was blamed for a fire that destroyed a storehouse. Daenerys and Jon met every dispute, hearing grievances, refusing to let old wounds become new wars. One bitter morning, Arya arrived at council with blood on her sleeve. "I stopped an assassination," she said simply, dropping a knife on the table. The blade was meant for Daenerys, but the hand was paid in Reach gold. Daenerys' jaw tightened. "We must answer." Daenerys shook her head. "Not with blood, with justice. Send word to Highgarden. Let them know we see their games, but we will not play them." Sansa wrote from Winterfell. "The north grows restless. They say dragons have no place in snow. You must remind them why you are different from the old kings." Jon penned his reply in the light of dawn. "The city is for all. We will not abandon hope for fear. Send us your grain. Send us your sons and daughters to learn in our halls. We will teach them peace, if they are willing to listen." The city's first school opened before spring. Children from every land learning letters and sums, stories and songs, the old ways and the new. The library grew, new scrolls and books brought from across the world, and Maester Aelor began a compendium of the city's laws and customs, a record to bind its future to its founding. Drogon and Rhaella slept much of the winter, their bellies full, their wings draped over the high towers like banners of living flame. At night, Daenerys would climb the spire and sit beside them, stroking scales, whispering old Valyrian lullabies. The dragons watched her with fathomless eyes, guardians and children, promise and peril entwined. Spring returned slowly. The river thawed, the fields greened, and the city shook off its long chill. The first boats of the year arrived, traders from Braavos, ships from White Harbor, even a slender galley from Old Town bearing maesters who had once mocked the city but now came to learn. Jon and Daenerys walked the fields outside the walls, marveling at the growth. "We've survived another winter," Jon said, voice soft with awe. Daenerys smiled, radiant in the dawn. "We have more than survived. We have begun." As the city grew, so did its legend. Minstrels sang of the Dragon Queen and the Wolf King who ruled not by fear but by hope. But children named their games for Arya and Gendry, raced across rooftops, built mock towers from stones. The scars of war faded, replaced by stories of making, of hands joined, of bread broken, of dragons flying not as destroyers, but as heralds of a new world. And so, in the rising light of a city that had once been only a dream, Daenerys and Jon watched as hope took root, fragile but fierce, promising not perfection, but the endless possibility of something better. India. Now, rain swept in from the sea, a cold, relentless curtain that battered nigh Valyria's walls and slicked every cobblestone from the wharves to the dragon's heart. The city shivered beneath its new banners, blue for peace, black for the memory of the fires that had forged them. Under the rain, life went on. Fishwives in leather cloaks called from beneath sagging awnings. Smiths toiled in stifling forges, and the dragons perched like brooding shadows atop their towers, wings folded tight to their sides. In the council chamber, Daenerys stood at the window, watching the water sluice down the glass. She wore a simple gown of gray wool, and a circlet of silver set, with a single black pearl. A gift from the Summer Islanders, a symbol of the cities, promised to remain a beacon for all exiles and strangers. Beside her, the table was scattered with maps, letters, ledgers. Jon sat at the far end, speaking quietly with Davos and Sansa, while Gendry hunched over a crude model of the city's growing southern docks, muttering to himself and making marks with a coal-stained thumb. The council's mood was restless. Storms had delayed the arrival of a grain fleet from the Reach. The price of flour had risen. Tempers frayed easily. Sansa's letters warned of unrest, not only in the north but in the Riverlands, where rival lords stirred rebellion with talk of old rights and lost honors. And in the city, the Red Priest Meleys drew more followers every day, his sermons filling the plaza with uneasy talk of prophecy and fire. Daenerys called the council to order with a rap of knuckles on the table. The room stilled. "The storm will pass," she said, "but hunger and fear last longer than rain. What do we do when the grain is gone?" Gendry spoke first. "We open our stores to the poorest, and I'll double the smiths on the dock crews. If we can build a second quay, we can bring in more ships before the next storm season." Davos nodded approval. "The city's treasury can bear the cost if we're careful." Sansa leaned forward, her fingers laced. "Generosity will buy time, but not loyalty. If we appear weak, the old lords will sense it and circle like wolves. And the priest's followers, what do we do when prophecy becomes more powerful than law?" "Ben Sa." Jon's voice was calm, but steely. "We meet them in the open. We tell the truth, even when it's hard, and we do not let fear rule our choices. If Valyria stands for anything, it must stand for honesty." Arya. Alan, at the foot of the table, flicked her dagger into the wood with a soft thump. "Truth cuts sometimes, but it's better than poison in the wine." Daenerys caught her brother Aelor's eye. He had grown into his role, a keeper of the city's books, and a quiet hand in its diplomacy. His hair grown longer, his face marked by the sun from long days spent among scholars and traders. Aelor spoke with measured certainty. "Meleys preaches doom, but people come to him because he offers certainty, not because they want war. We need to show them the future we are building, invite them to see the council, to share in the city's decisions. Transparency will cut the legs from beneath rumor and fear." Daenerys nodded. "Then we open the council. Let the city see what we decide and why." Sansa raised a skeptical brow but said nothing. Arya only grinned, as if she relished the challenge. That afternoon, word was sent to every quarter, merchants and guilds, priests and foreign-born free folk and small folk. All were welcome to the Great Hall to hear the council's deliberations. By dusk, the square outside the Dragon's Heart was packed with hundreds. There were Northmen in their heavy cloaks, Lysine in bright silks, Dothraki standing at the edges like wary stallions, and even a knot of Braavosi bankers who had come to see the new city's experiment in governance. Meleys the Red Priest arrived with his followers, their red sashes bright against the gray crowd. He bowed to Daenerys, who inclined her head in return. "Mother of Dragons, Wolf King, we thank you for your honesty. Let all of the city witness what passes here today." Jon stood and addressed the crowd. His voice, rough with winter's wind, carried nonetheless. "We face hardship. The sea has closed against us. Grain runs thin. But we are a city of many peoples, not one blood or one god. If you have bread to spare, share it. If you have skill to lend, lend it. Valyria endures because we stand together. No prophecy, no ancient rite will feed a hungry child." Daenerys stepped forward, her voice clear as glass. "We do not fear visions, but we will not bow to them either. Our laws are for all. Our council open. If you have grievance, bring it. If you have hope, build it. No dragon's fire, no wolf's fang will rule in this hall. Only the voices of the people." "Thou." The crowd was silent for a moment. Then a baker's wife called out, "Will you share your bread if it comes to it, Mother of Dragons?" Daenerys answered, "The city's stores will be open to all, beginning with the hungry. My own table will be the first emptied if need be. A cheer went up, ragged at first, then growing. Meleys bowed again. So be it, Queen of Ashes and Hope. The fire that burns and the fire that warms are not always the same. Sansa caught Daenerys' hand as the crowd dispersed. You may have just made an enemy of every merchant in the city. Daenerys squeezed her hand. If that is the price of peace, so be it. I have paid more dearly before. The crisis passed as crises do. Gendry's docks opened in time for the returning fleet. Braavosi traders, impressed by the city's openness, offered lines of credit and 3 fat grain ships of their own. The worst of the hunger was blunted, though scars remained. But the storm had left its mark. Some of Meleys's followers left the city, wandering south to the Riverlands to stir other embers of unrest. Others stayed, now less certain of doom, more open to the idea of a city built not on prophecy, but on common purpose. In the weeks that followed, Daenerys and Jon found their days filled with the work of healing. Together they toured the poorest quarters, organizing soup kitchens, listening to grievances. They brokered peace between quarreling guilds, soothed tensions between Dothraki and Northmen, and worked to root out the last of the black market hoarders. Every day they heard a dozen new problems, and solved half as many. The rest would wait for tomorrow. One night, when the rain had lifted and the moon hung bright above the city, Jon and Daenerys walked the southern walls. Rhaella, the younger dragon, soared overhead, her scales ghostly in the moonlight, while Drogon dozed atop the highest spire, his great head pillowed on folded wings. It never ends, does it? Daenerys said, half a smile on her lips. There is always another fire to put out. Jon brushed a strand of hair from her brow. That's what building means. There's no finish line. Only the work, and the hope that each day we do a little better. They stood together in companionable silence, watching the lights of the city flicker and dance. Somewhere far below, a child's laughter rang out. Sharp, bright, impossibly young. Daenerys turned to Jon. I think I'm with child. He froze, the words taking a moment to find their meaning. Then his eyes widened, his hands trembling as he took hers. You're sure? She nodded. I felt the changes for weeks. I wanted to be certain. He pressed his forehead to hers, voice raw. A child born in peace. In Valyria. She nodded again, tears glimmering unshed in her eyes. A child of hope, not conquest. That's all I've ever wanted. They shared the news first with Arya and Gendry, then with Sansa and the council. The city learned by morning, word spread as quickly as fire on wind, but this time the flames were joyful. Bells rang, banners unfurled, and even Meleys the Red Priest spoke a blessing over the city, calling it a sign that the gods, old or new, favored Valyria. The months that followed were the happiest Valyria had ever known. The city, at last, seemed to believe in its own future. Births rose, and for the first time, the city's dead did not outnumber its living. Festivals grew louder, longer, and the first children born in the city's walls were celebrated with song and story. Jon and Daenerys prepared for the birth as ordinary folk did, arguing over names, carving a cradle from the rarest woods, taking long walks through the waking fields. Jon wrote letters to Winterfell, to Dorne, to Old Town, announcing the coming birth and inviting all who wished peace to attend a feast in the child's honor. One golden morning in late spring, Daenerys awoke before dawn with the first pains. Jon sent for maesters and Arya, who barred the doors and let no one near but those Daenerys trusted. Drogon crouched atop the spire, a sentinel above all sentinels. The city waited, holding its breath, as the hours crawled by. At sunset, Daenerys gave birth to a daughter. She was small, but fierce, with silver hair and Jon's gray eyes. They named her Aelina. When Daenerys finally emerged, weak but smiling, she held Aelina high for all to see from the balcony of the dragon's heart. The city roared its approval, a wave of sound so loud that even the dragons startled and took wing, circling in the fire-streaked sky. That night, all of Valyria feasted. Aelina's name was sung in a dozen languages. Her cradle passed from hand to hand. The promise of a future sealed not in blood, but in love and hope. Years passed, and the city's story spread across the world. Valyria became a place of pilgrimage for the broken and the brave, a university for those who wished to learn, a market for all the wonders of Essos and Westeros. Children grew up speaking the blended tongue of the city. Dragons soared above the rooftops but rarely brought fear, and justice was meted out by counsel, not crown. Sansa sent her own children to study under Aellar's tutelage. Gendry's forges filled the city with tools and wonders. Arya came and went, her stories filling the city's taverns with awe. Even Meleys, the old priest, lived to see the city's promise kept. He died in his sleep, and thousands came to his funeral, a mark of how far the city had come. From prophecy and fear to faith in the power of building together. Jon and Daenerys ruled not as king and queen, but as stewards, teaching their daughter to walk the fields, to listen before judging, to hold the city's hopes as carefully as a dragon's egg. And so Valyria stood, imperfect, battered, alive. No city is without flaw. There were still disputes, still hunger, still the ever-present threat of storms from the sea or shadows from old enemies. But the people of the city, guided by the dream Jon and Daenerys had dared to share, found strength in their unity, and light even in the darkest of seasons. When Aelina learned to ride her first hatchling, the city cheered. When Jon grew old, it was said he still walked the markets each dawn, still listened to every voice. When Daenerys sat with her grandchildren, telling them stories of fire and blood and hope, they listened not out of fear, but with the wonder of children who knew the world could be remade. And above it all, the dragons flew, watchful and proud, keepers of the city's living flame. The sky above Valyria bled scarlet and gold as another summer faded, the light playing upon the towers and terraces with the soft, almost painful brilliance of things too beautiful to last. Below, the city moved in slow, purposeful tides, children weaving in and out of archways as they played Dragon Rider, merchants unloading fragrant bales of spice from Lysine galleys, scholars arguing beneath the shadow of the great library Aellar had built. Time, once a thing of swords and hunger, was now measured in the gentle rhythm of harvests, the rise and fall of lanterns over the river, the distant echo of dragon wings in flight. Daenerys moved among her people with Aelina in her arms. The girl was nearly 4 now. Her hair wild silver tangle, her eyes the gray of a gathering storm. She squirmed and laughed, reaching for every strange new thing. Flowers, kittens, a potter's wheel, a foreign coin pressed into her palm by a kindly trader from Old Town. People bowed to her mother and called her Little Dragon, and she scowled, stamping her boot in protest. Not a dragon, Mama, Aelina would protest. I'm a wolf, like Papa. Daenerys would laugh and smooth her daughter's hair. Then you are both. A wolf with wings. The city needs both kinds of courage. It was true. Valyria's strength no longer rested in dragonfire or in the shadow of the old Targaryen name, but in the joining of worlds and ways. Sansa's son, Benjen, tall and thoughtful, studied letters beside Dothraki boys in the sunlit schoolroom. Arya's eldest, a fierce girl with her mother's eyes and her father's hammerwit, ran wild through the alleys, shadowed by half-tamed street cats. The library's steps teemed with children reciting the laws of the city, laws that named no kings, but spoke of justice, fairness, and mercy. Jon watched all this with a quiet, private pride. The burden he had carried for so long, the weight of birth and blood, the shame of secrets, had grown lighter with each year. He had no throne, wore no crown, but the city spoke his name with affection, not awe. He spent his mornings walking the fields with Gendry, seeing to the repairs of the irrigation canals, and his afternoons among the fishers on the docks, listening to their complaints and their laughter. Evenings he spent with Daenerys and Aelina, sometimes alone, sometimes in the company of their friends and the growing council. In the long, golden afternoons, Jon taught his daughter to ride the smallest of the dragons, a bright, coppery creature she had named Mysa, after the Valyrian word for miracle. The city would gather to watch, breathless, as Aelina, barely more than a child, perched with unthinking grace between Mysa's wings, her laughter drifting down as the dragon circled the tower spires. "Careful," Jon would call, his heart in his throat. But Aelina only grinned wider, fearless as the dawn. Daenerys watched them both, pride and fear entwined in her gaze. She understood now what her own mother must have felt, the ache of loving something born for flight. One evening, after a long council spent debating a new code for merchants, Daenerys stood on the ramparts with Jon. Below them, the city glowed. Lanterns bobbing on the water, fires flickering in the windows of workshops and homes, the sound of song and laughter rising in waves. "Did you ever think," Daenerys asked softly, "that we would see such peace? That dragons and wolves, Summer Islanders and Northmen, Braavosi and Dothraki would call the same place home?" Jon shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. "No, not in the dark years. But you saw it. You made me see it too." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "You gave me the courage to hope for more. All my life I was told power came from fear, from fire. But here," she swept her hand, taking in the city, the lights, the voices. "I see power in mercy, in trust, even in doubt." Jon kissed her hair. "You're wiser than all the kings who came before, and kinder." She squeezed his hand. "We are only wise if we remember how easily it can be lost." The seasons turned. With every year, Valyria changed. The city grew not only in size but in reputation. Word spread from Braavos to Old Town, from Winterfell to Dorne, that there was a place where no one's past barred their future. A place where the color of your skin, your faith, your blood, mattered less than your willingness to learn and build. Traders came from the far corners of the world. The first Summer Islander galleys made port, bringing purple heartwood and fragrant teas. From the east, a party of scholars from Korth arrived, dazzling the city with tales of glass gardens and shadowbinders. Even a delegation from the Citadel, once contemptuous, now came to marvel at Aeler's library and argue over the city's new medical school. Aelina grew like a sapling in sunlight. She spent her days with the children of the council, Benjen Stark, Arya's wild twins, even the sons of Lysene merchants. She learned to read in 3 tongues, to ride with the Dothraki, to swim with the fisher children, and to care for Mysa with a devotion that reminded Daenerys of herself as a girl, wandering the red wastes with nothing but dreams. But not all news was bright. There were still whispers of unrest to the south and west. Old lords nursed old wounds. The Red Priests of Volantis sent new envoys, this time with gifts, books and rare stones, and a warning that the fire of prophecy could be both a blessing and a curse. Arya uncovered a plot by the remnants of Salisa's followers, a failed attempt to poison the city's water. She stopped them herself, cold and swift, then dragged the ringleader before the council. "We judge by the law of the city," Daenerys pronounced. "There will be no execution. You will serve in the fields and among the sick until your debt is paid." Some grumbled at such leniency. Others saw it as a sign that the city's hope was not mere pretense. As the years passed, Jon grew grier at the temples, and Daenerys' beauty softened into something richer, wiser. The dragons matured as well, Drogon growing slower, content to bask in the sun or doze on the heights, Rhaella patrolling the skies, watchful and fierce, and Mysa, golden and swift, never far from Aelina's side. Aelina's coming of age was celebrated with a festival greater than any before. The city feasted for 3 days, tables groaning with roasted lamb, spiced fish, and fruits of every hue. Dothraki staged mock battles in the fields, and Northmen performed wolf dances in the square. At the height of the celebration, Aelina rode Mysa above the city, letting petals fall from her outstretched hands, petals gathered from every corner of the world. Daenerys wept as she watched, her heart full to bursting. "She's the future," Jon whispered. Pride and fear mingled in his voice. Daenerys nodded, but she will have to choose what that future means. After the festival, Aelina came to her mother in the quiet of the dragon's heart. "Mama, why do people come here? Why not stay in the lands of their birth?" Daenerys thought for a long moment, then drew her daughter into her lap. because some places are broken, and some are too small for people's dreams. Here, we are trying to build a place big enough for every dream, even the ones that frighten us. But it is never finished, Aelina. It will be your task, and your children's, and their children's, to keep building. Bembemaseter. Aelina nodded solemnly, her small hands wrapped in her mother's. I want to be brave, she said. Like you and Papa, like Arya. Daenerys kissed her brow. Bravery is not always fighting dragons. Sometimes it is choosing not to fight at all. Time, as ever, was relentless. The first gray hairs appeared at Daenerys' temples. Jon's limp, the old wound from the long night, grew worse in winter. Arya ranged further and further, her heart pulled by the wind and the wilds, always returning for the festivals and for council, but never content to remain long. Sansa's eldest son returned to Winterfell, carrying the law and learning of Valyria to the north. Gendry's forges turned out wonders, blades for the unsullied, plowshares for the farmers, and once, a bell so pure and loud it was said to keep storms at bay. Maester Aelor grew old in his library, honored by scholars from across the known world. When he died, the city mourned for a week, and his ashes were set beneath the stones of the first council chamber. With every passing year, Valyria faced new trials, epidemics, floods, the shifting alliances of the great houses. But the council held. When one member passed, another was elected by the people. When threats came, they were answered with courage, not cruelty. In time, it was Aelina who stood at the council table beside her parents. She was taller than Daenerys, with Jon's steadiness and her mother's fire. She spoke with a voice that carried, gentle but unbreakable. When a new wave of exiles arrived from the Far East, fleeing some fresh disaster, she was the one who welcomed them, promising shelter and work, demanding only that they too help build. Jon and Daenerys, older now, but still deeply entwined, watched their daughter and the city they had founded with a love both fierce and quiet. They sat together in the cool of evening, hands clasped, the dragons slumbering above, the city alive below. Do you regret it? Jon asked her once, voice soft as the dusk. She turned to him. The lines at her eyes deepened with laughter and sorrow. Not for a moment. This city, these people, you, Aelina, all the world I ever wished for. He smiled, pulling her close. We changed the world, Dany, even if it's only this corner. She rested her head on his shoulder. It's enough. And Valyria endured. Not perfect, never finished, but always becoming, always reaching. The dragons soared above the city, a living memory of the old world, and a promise that even the most broken dreams could take flight, if only hope was given room to grow. In the twilight, with the river shining gold, and the bells of the dragon's heart ringing in the evening, the city stood, a living legacy, woven of all that Jon and Daenerys had fought for, loved, and dared to believe. And through it all, the people remembered. The city was not a crown, nor a throne, nor a dream fulfilled. It was a beginning, ever renewed, as long as someone was willing to build. Conditioned. The rains faded and left Valyria wrapped in mist, the city rising from the low clouds like a vision from a fever dream. Spires wet with dew, the river shining silver, the fields beyond washed to emerald. In the market, the smell of sea and wet stone mingled with new bread and the smoke from morning fires. Jon Snow, older now, limped through the stalls with Ghost close behind, greeting merchants by name, listening to complaints and news. His hair was more salt than black, a silvered echo of his wife's, but his eyes were sharp and alive. The aches of age did not blunt his will. He paused where a crowd gathered around a storyteller, a slim, dark-eyed woman whose voice rose over the clatter and calls. She spun tales of the founding, of the storm that broke on the city's birth, of dragons soaring above a people united by nothing but hope and need. The children, legs crossed and eyes wide, hung on every word. Aelina's daughter, Elena, was there among them, knees scraped and curls wild, wearing a cloak of piebald fur she'd claimed from a Dothraki trader. She turned at her grandfather's approach and ran to him. arms flung around his waist. "Tell us your story, Grandpapa," she begged. "Tell us how you found Ghost in the snow." He smiled, leaning on his staff. "You know the tale as well as I do, little wolf, but your telling makes it real," she pleaded. So Jon knelt, the years falling away, and began again. "There was a time, long before this city, when I walked alone beyond the wall, and the world was nothing but ice and night." As he spoke, the crowd grew, drawn by the quiet strength in his words, the peace he embodied. In that moment, Valyria felt smaller, warmer, a hearth fire in a vast, uncertain world. Daenerys watched from the balcony of the council chamber. Her own hair now shot through with the pale gold of age. She rested her hands on the carved stone, feeling the old warmth of dragon fire within it. Below, the city breathed and shifted. She watched the morning unfold. The tanners carrying their hides, the smiths kindling their forges, the first boats slipping down the bright river. All she had once feared, the hunger, the rage, the old ghosts of Valyria, felt distant now, replaced by something gentler and more persistent. Memory, gratitude, and an abiding vigilance. At her side, Rhaella stretched languidly, the dragon's great wings fanning a cool breeze. Misa and her brood, 3 young dragons, colors as bright as a painter's dream, circled the highest towers, sending children shrieking with delight. The beasts were smaller than Drogon had ever been, but clever and swift, attuned to their riders and the city's moods. Rhaella, older and heavier, rarely left Daenerys' side, her presence both reassurance and warning to all who visited the city. Aelina joined her mother, setting down a basket of parchment and herbs. She was grown now, her voice deep and clear, her eyes sharp as flint, her laughter rare but bright. Her hands, though calloused from the hilt of a sword and the plow alike, were gentle as she arranged the city's ledgers and the scrolls of new laws. The council had elected her speaker 3 years past, and she wore the mantle with a grace Daenerys had never managed herself. Unburdened by prophecy or the need to prove her blood, Aelina glanced at the city below. "They want a story more than a ruler, a tale to belong to." Daenerys smiled, her heart aching with pride. "Then give them one, my wolf with wings." They stood together, watching the city knit itself through work and words. Later, as the council gathered, Arya's daughter among them, Sansa's grandson from the north, a Braavosi scholar, a freedman from Slaver's Bay. They debated the trade pact with Pentos, the new irrigation canal, the complaints of the old Valyrian quarter. Some arguments were fierce, but all voices were heard. The old lines of blood and rank had faded, replaced by merit, memory, and the city's stubborn code. No one above the law, no one beneath hope. That winter, the sea brought a fleet from Old Town, bearing a new high septon and a retinue of faith militant in shining plate. They marched through the city in silence, banners snapping, eyes wary of the dragons and the mixed throng that lined the avenues. The septon demanded an audience, requesting Daenerys and Jon both attend. The council chamber was packed for the meeting, the air tense with old rivalry and recent peace. The High Septon, a hard-eyed man with a voice of thunder, spoke of the Seven's laws and the dangers of blasphemy, his gaze lingering on the dragons and the mingled prayers at the city's shrines. Valyria, he intoned, is a beacon, yes, but what does it illuminate? Heresy? Witchcraft? A world unmoored from the gods? Aelina met his gaze. It illuminates mercy, justice. A place where no one is punished for their birth, their faith, or the shape of their dreams. He pressed her. And if the faith demands more? If Old Town withdraws trade, or the houses of the Reach blockade your grain? Jon stood then, taller despite his stoop, his voice calm and firm. We will not yield. We have survived hunger and siege before, and we will do so again. We will trade with those who wish it and feed our own if we must. The faith has no monopoly on hope. Daenerys added, We do not bar your faith. We ask only that you do not bar ours. Valyria's gods are many, and its laws for all. Bah! The High Septon departed with his entourage. Some of his flock remained, drawn by the city's tolerance. Others left for the riverlands, sowing seeds of discord Daenerys knew would one day sprout. But Valyria stood, unbending and unafraid. Spring's arrival was heralded by festivals, new songs, new foods, the scent of flowers planted in every courtyard. The children's games grew wilder. Dragon eggs hatched, and the city rejoiced at each new life. Aelina took Olenna to the river's edge, teaching her to swim, to read the tides and the shifting stars, as Jon had once taught her. Ghost, impossibly old now, limped along, eyes bright with memories. One morning, Aelina summoned Daenerys and Jon to the old library. The room, cluttered with scrolls and books from every corner of the world, was quiet save for the scratching of quills. Aelina handed them a sheaf of parchment. "It's time for a new charter." "Jimio," she said. "The city is bigger, stranger than when we began. Its laws must grow, too. I want your blessing to call an assembly. Every counselor, every guildmaster, every voice, to help rewrite the law." Jon nodded, pride clear in his gaze. "You have it." Daenerys pressed her daughter's hand. "A city that can change is a city that can live. Do it." The assembly took place in the city's central square. Thousands gathered, young and old, every color and creed. For 3 days they argued, over land and lineage, over who could speak and who could judge, over dragons and their riders, over how to forgive and how to remember. Voices rose and fell, tempers flared, but none walked away. At night, fires were lit and songs sung, and the city felt, for the first time, entirely itself, imperfect, alive, unbreakable. When the new charter was ratified, there was celebration not just in Valyria but in distant lands. Letters came from Dorne, from the north, even from Meereen and the Free Cities, praising the experiment, envying its peace. Years turned again. Jon grew frail, his strength failing though his mind remained sharp. One autumn, knowing his time was short, he walked to the Dragon's Heart, where Daenerys waited, and together they watched the sunset. The city below shimmered, dragons circling, children's laughter echoing off the stone. "I dreamed of this," he murmured, "when I was a boy, cold and lost. Not the city, the peace, a place to rest." Daenerys kissed his knuckles. "You built it, Jon. Not with fire or sword, but with the stubbornness of hope." Then Shatter. He died that winter, slipping away as snow fell soft as feathers. The city mourned. Banners lowered, bells tolled, fires kept burning through the long night. Ghost lay beside his master's bier, refusing to move until Aelina herself coaxed him away. Jon was buried beneath the council chamber, beneath the stones that bore the weight of so many voices. So many years. Daenerys grieved, but she did not falter. She took comfort in her daughter, her grandchildren, the dragons who watched over her, the city that never stopped moving. She led with a gentler hand, her voice softer, but her will undimmed. The city changed. The council changed. Faces came and went, Arya's blood still wild. Sansa's kin wise and steady. Gendry's forge in every gate. The children of Valyria, raised on stories of hope and hardship, took up the work of their parents, unafraid of the future. Daenerys lived to see her great-grandchildren run through the markets, to see a new spire rise, taller than any before, built by hands that had never known war. When at last she grew weary, she climbed the highest tower with Rhaella, watched the dawn break over her city, and felt peace. She died at sunrise, and the city grieved anew, but its heart did not break. Aelina and her kin led the council. The dragons kept their watch, and the bells rang out, not for an ending, but for a beginning renewed. And so, Valyria endured, a tapestry of hope and memory, woven with every birth and loss, every argument, every festival, every night spent mending what the day had frayed. The dragons soared above, and the city grew, always unfinished, always becoming. The dream Jon and Daenerys had dared was kept alive by all who called it home. Not a kingdom, but a promise, a place where the world might begin again. Ka. The world beyond Valyria shifted as the city itself settled deeper into legend. Its towers aged and softened by years of wind and salt. Its people thickened by generations of peace and struggle. The river that once marked the city's limit now wound between new districts, each named for a founder or counselor lost. Arya's Steppes, Gendry's Ford, the Stark Commons where children of every ancestry learned to run and wrestle and dream. The city that Daenerys and Jon had imagined had outgrown their shadows. Now it moved with its own momentum. A living thing, no longer fragile, no longer in doubt of itself. In the earliest light, Aelina Targaryen stood at the dragon's heart with her daughter Olenna, both draped in pale cloaks against the autumn chill. Below them, the market stirred awake. Carts trundled in from the river with baskets of grapes and late peaches, and the air carried the scent of roasting chestnuts and yeast. The old dragons watched from their spires, the eldest now massive and slow. Their scales dulled, their eyes full of ancient patience. Misa's brood, young and bright, flitted between rooftops, their play drawing laughter and delight. Aelina's hand rested on her daughter's shoulder, gentle but steady. Olenna was in her 15th year, as tall as her mother, her hair a darker silver, her gaze sharp and restless. The city would soon choose its new council, and for the first time, Olenna's name had been spoken among the candidates. She feigned indifference but could not hide the hope behind her frown. "Is it always so daunting?" Olenna asked, her voice almost lost to the morning wind. "To stand before them all and swear to serve, not rule." Aelina smiled, remembering her own first speech in the square. "If it is not daunting, you are not taking it seriously enough. But it is never about standing above. It is about standing among. Listen before you speak, ask before you answer, and never forget the city is older and wiser than any counselor." Olenna nodded, her fingers toying with a braid. "And if I fail, then you learn and try again. We all do. Even your great-grandmother doubted. That is the first wisdom, and the one that lasts." Then, below, the square filled with the colors of every house and every quarter. Banners sewn in new patterns, by hands of all skin and faiths. The old wolf and dragon still visible, but now twined with the son of Dorne. The towers of Bravos, the river lily of the free folk. The banners no longer proclaimed rulers, but the city itself, Valyria for all. The assembly convened with song rather than trumpets. A chorus of children, Olenna among them, in her younger years, sang the city's anthem. A melody part Valyrian, part Westerosi, the lyrics shifting year by year as new verses were added by poets and street singers. The crowd swayed and clapped, and for a heartbeat it seemed the world outside had never known war or want. Aelina joined the circle of counselors, her eyes meeting those of Sansa's kin. Arya's grandchildren, Gendry's apprentice, now a smith in her own right. She saw hope in every face and worry too. Distant rumors had begun to trickle in. A new war brewing in the east, a plague burning through Volantis, a sudden frost in the reach that had ruined half the grain. Valyria was strong, but not immune. The world's old ghosts still pressed at the city's gates. After the anthem, the candidates for council spoke in turn, some young, some old, each pledging not to lead by fear or ancient right, but by the city's law, fairness, openness, the promise that anyone willing to build had a place. Olenna's speech was short and plain, her voice steady. She spoke of her years among the healers, her days in the fields and kitchens, her nights spent listening at the city's shrines, hearing the stories of the lost and the hopeful. "My mother taught me the city's heart is not in its stone or its dragons, but in its people," Olenna finished. "If you trust me, I will serve not only the city I was born to, but the one we are making together. We are always building, always becoming." The applause that followed was quiet at first, then built like the surf, rolling over the square. Aelina's heart leapt. She saw in her daughter the next generation of the city's stubborn, gentle strength. That evening, As dusk turned the city to molten gold, the council election was held. Votes were cast openly, tokens placed in bowls at the feet of the council statues. When the count was done, Elena was chosen by a wide margin, not as speaker, but as the youngest counselor, her peers old enough to be her grandparents or great-grandparents. The city cheered her, but she blushed, overwhelmed. Elena embraced her daughter as they left the square, pride and bittersweet memory mingling in her chest. You are a counselor now, but never let the city's faith make you arrogant. Remember how quickly trust is lost and how slow it is to rebuild. Elena promised, her eyes shining. That night, Elena walked the quiet streets with her old friend Dela, a Lacine trader who had settled decades past, now a grandmother herself. They talked of the city's changes, of the children's boldness, of the new faiths blending in the shrines. They remembered lost friends, John, whose grave was always strewn with wolf flowers. Arya vanished into legend on the sea but still sending word from distant ports. Daenerys, whose legacy lingered in every law and festival. You think the city will last? Dela asked softly. Elena looked at the dragons gliding against the stars, the laughter and music echoing from windows and courts. It will last as long as we remember why it began, as long as each generation is willing to question and to dream. The seasons rolled forward. The new council faced its first test when the frost in the Reach sent a flood of hungry refugees north. The city's stores, carefully managed, stretched thin. There were tense debates in the council chamber: open the gates and risk famine, or turn people away and betray their founding promise. Some argued the city owed its own nothing less than safety. Others, that mercy was the law above all. Elena stood and spoke, her voice unsteady but determined. We cannot close our gates. We would not exist if others had closed theirs. We will ration, we will share, we will ask every able hand to help, but we will not become what we fled. The vote passed, and the city opened itself to the lost and the hungry. Lean times followed, meals smaller, festivals quiet, tempers sometimes short, but none starved, and the bonds of the city, tested and stretched, held firm. Children born that winter grew strong, their parents telling stories not just of dragons and wolves, but of bread shared, fields plowed in common, songs sung by lamplight to keep fear at bay. Elena and her council faced challenge after challenge. Outbreaks of fever, arguments over new taxes, the constant negotiations with distant, wary lords. Through it all, Valyria did not become a utopia. There were jealousies, failures, losses, but there was always someone to mend, someone to listen, someone to question what might be better. The dragons grew older but did not fade. Their hatchlings became a symbol not of power, but of the possibility of change. Their wings cast wide shadows, but those shadows sheltered, not threatened. One day, as the leaves turned, Elena fell ill. The city's best healers could not save her. On her final evening, as the sunset bled through the city's towers, she called her daughter to her side. "Promise me," she whispered, "that you will never let the city's story end with you, that you will let it grow, change, surprise you." "Then?" Elena wept, clutching her mother's hand. "I promise. We will always keep building." When Elena died, the city mourned as it had for Jon and Daenerys before her. Bells tolled for 3 days. The dragons flew low and slow above the river, and the square was filled with flowers from every district, every faith. Elena rose to speaker, the first of her generation to lead, her council full of voices younger and older, native-born and newly welcomed. She called the city together and spoke of her mother, of the law that promised no one above, no one below, all voices welcome, all hands needed. "Our city is a story with no ending," she said. "Each of you is its author. May we always write with courage." The people cheered, and the city thrummed with renewed life. Years passed as they must. Valyria endured famine and flood, plague and the slow, stubborn pressure of the world's old hatreds. It also endured love, marriages between houses once sworn enemies, festivals in which new songs were written every year, children born who knew only hope, not war. The city expanded across the river, new bridges rising, new spires gleaming in dawn's light. Elena grew gray, but never tired. She saw the city's first university founded, watched the council grow ever more diverse, watched dragons return to the wild and then back to the city, called by the laughter of children. When her time came, she left the speaker's seat not to a child or kin, but to the one her peers had chosen, a dark-skinned healer from the Reach, her oldest friend, who had arrived as a refugee so many winters ago. And so the dream endured. Not because it was perfect, or because dragons ruled the sky, but because each generation remembered the promise and dared to keep building. The city weathered every storm, every sorrow, every joy. Always a beginning, never an end. Beneath the towers and the wings of dragons, the people of Valyria lived, loved, learned, and hoped, forever writing a new story in the language of mercy, memory, and change. A.K. Elena walked the city at dawn, the weight of the speaker's chain colder than the morning air, the dreams of the city pressing on her like 1,000 hands. She crossed the bridge of Gendry, pausing to watch the first sun slant off the river, scattering gold and pink over the new towers that had sprung up beyond the original walls. The markets were only just beginning to stir, vendors arranging their wares. Spiced bread from the Lysine baker, sun-gold apricots from Dorne, fresh-caught trout shining on beds of ice. The dragon Misa, older now, but still glorious, wheeled above the rooftops, her shadow gliding over tiled domes, and the great dome of the library, which gleamed with morning dew. This was the hour she loved best. Before disputes, before counsel, before the world pressed in with its needs and hungers. She paused at a baker's stall, accepting a crust and sharing it with 2 children who grinned up at her, their speech a jumble of Valyrian, Westerosi, and Bravosi. Their faces, the city's faces, were every color and lineage, as bright and distinct as the banners that now hung above the stalls, no longer for old houses, but for new guilds, neighborhoods, the dragon and wolf now joined by the open hand and the book. It was festival day, remembrance, the anniversary of Daenerys passing, and the first city council's founding. Bells began to ring from the Temple of Many Flames, a building raised by 100 faiths in uneasy compromise, where shrines to the 7 and the old gods stood beside braziers for Arior and sacred stones for those who remembered only their ancestors' names. Elena made her way toward the dragon's heart, where the day would begin with stories. The square was already filling, old counselors with their children, healers and masons and fishers, students and scribes from the university. The dragons were settled on the tower's heights, Misa with her wings mantled, her 3 children, a pair of smoky black and 1 copper bright, clinging to her sides. The crowd parted to let Elena through, some clapping her back, others simply nodding. This too was the city's tradition, that its leader was never above the people, never untouchable. She found her old friend, Mirren, the healer from the Reach, now a counselor herself, waiting at the steps. Mirren embraced her. "You slept?" she asked, half hopeful. Elena shook her head but smiled. Who sleeps on remembrance? Together they climbed to the speaking stone. The crowd fell silent. The oldest of the city's minstrels began the festival with a new song, verses of old struggles, Jon's first winter, the hunger after the Reach's frost, the plague that had swept but not broken them. The refrain was as old as the city itself. We endure, we build, we become. Elena spoke simply when her turn came. We remember because we are made of memory. We change because we must. We honor Daenerys and Jon and those who came before us, not by repeating their days, but by forging our own. She gestured to the crowd, to the dragons overhead, to the youngest children, sitting with their legs dangling from the stone wall. You are the memory. You are the dream. A dozen elders stood, each telling their own piece of the city's tale, how they had come as orphans or exiles, or merely hungry for more than the world outside could offer. The crowd listened, some with tears, some with laughter. When the stories were finished, Mirren led the crowd in blessing the city's bread, which was then passed, piece by piece, hand to hand, to every person gathered. Afterward, The festival erupted into its true self. Chaos, noise, joy. Children raced through the streets, dragon banners streaming. Vendors hawked sweets and fresh cider, and the bells never stopped ringing. There were games of strength and wit, dances in the courtyards, scholars declaiming new poems from the steps of the university. Elena wandered among them, her heart lightening with each smiling face, each shared meal. She stopped at a storyteller's circle, where a Lysine woman spun tales of Arya Stark, how she'd sailed into the sunset, found islands unknown, and sent back seeds and stories that took root in the city's gardens and mines. Later, in the dragon's heart, the council met. They discussed the coming winter, difficult, but not dire. They heard a petition from a group of newly arrived refugees who had fled a rising war in the east. The council debated the limits of the city's welcome. How many mouths could be fed? How to find work for all. Some were cautious, some more generous, but Elena argued as always for hope. We are strong because we remember being hungry, because we remember being strangers. A compromise was struck. New fields opened for farming, an apprenticeship program in the forges and guilds, and a promise of welcome, so long as each gave what they could. It was not perfect, no decision ever was, but the city would survive, and more than survive, it would grow. After council, Elena climbed the library's high tower. From here, the city sprawled in all directions. Spires and domes, crowded streets, the wild meadows beyond the river. Smoke curled from chimneys, banners fluttered, the sound of laughter and argument and song drifting up on the evening wind. She thought of her mother, her grandmother, the stories that bound them all. Mirren joined her, silent for a while, watching the dragon circling against the falling sun. "Do you ever wish for something simpler?" she asked. "A life where all you needed was your own hearth, your own kin." Elena shook her head. "I would have once. But here, everyone's kin. The city is my hearth. Its work never ends, but neither does its joy." They stood together as night swept in, stars rising, the city's lamps flicker into life. Below, the festival still roared, but here was peace, the steady breath of a city that had outlived its fears. In the following months, new troubles crept close. The plague in the east sent not only refugees, but rumors and fear. Some called for the gates to be closed. Others, remembering older exiles, demanded the city stay true. The council split, debates growing sharper, patience thinner. Elena called for a citywide assembly. Thousands gathered in the square. Merchants, sailors, teachers, wildlings, the children of exiles, Dothraki horsemen, now grown old and gray in this adopted home. She spoke to them not as a ruler, but as one of them. "The city is never safe," she said, "but it is strong. We know what it means to be afraid, to hunger, to hope for shelter. We will not turn away those who come in peace. We will be vigilant, but not hard of heart." A vote was taken, not by council alone, but by the people. The city decided, overwhelming, to remain open. Healers and scholars were dispatched to learn all they could of the sickness. The dragons watched the border, but no army gathered. Through that hard winter, the city endured. There was loss, but there was also care. Neighbors nursing neighbors, food and firewood shared, laughter surviving even at the sickbeds. When the spring came and the threat ebbed, the city's faith in itself was greater than ever. Years unspooled like ribbon, bright and ragged. Children born after remembrance grew to youth and then to leadership. The dragons, some wild, some city tame, bred in the high spires and the shadowed meadows outside the walls. The library grew into a true university, drawing students from every corner of the world. The festivals changed, each year bringing new customs, new stories, but always circling back to the city's first lesson. Endure, build, become. Elena grew gray, then white-haired, her strength undimmed but her pace slower. She stepped down from the speaker's post, passing the chain to a former refugee from the east, the choice of the council and the people alike. A young man whose family had arrived on the last ship before the plague. who had worked in the forges and risen by talent and trust. In her last years, Olenna spent her days in the city's gardens, telling stories to the young, her voice rich with the memory of those who had come before. Sometimes she visited the old tombs, the graves of Jon and Daenerys, Arya's memorial stone, the resting places of counselors and friends. She poured wine and scattered flowers, thanking them for their gifts, and promising that the city's dream would never die. On the last remembrance of her life, Olenna stood once more on the speaking stone, frail but clear-eyed. She spoke to the crowd, children on parents' shoulders, dragons wheeling above. We are all built from those who loved us and those who risked for us. Every stone in this city was laid by hands that feared and hoped and bled. Valyria is not the city of dragons, nor of wolves, but of all who choose to hope. It is a story always being written. Promise me, promise yourselves, you will never let it end. When she died, the city mourned with fire and song. The dragons flew for 3 days, and every home lit a candle. The new speaker, young and bold, gathered the people and repeated Olenna's vow: endure, build, become. And so the story continued, never perfect, always daring, the city growing outward, rising upward, weaving new banners and new names into its heart. Dragons and children, laughter and argument, memory and dream. In Valyria, the promise was never finished, and every dawn brought a new chapter, waiting to be written by those brave enough to believe. The city had grown into its own legend. With each decade, Valyria's towers stretched higher. Its markets grew busier. Its bridges sprawled across the widening river, like outstretched arms. People spoke of it in distant ports as a place where hope, once exiled from the world, had rooted itself in stone and fire. Travelers came from the summer isles and Korth, from the chill mists of White Harbor and the red wastes of Slaver's Bay. Some brought coin, others brought nothing but hunger or longing. The city met each with the same answer: here, you may build. Long after Olenna's death, her promise endured. The words, endure, build, become, were etched above every gate and woven into the songs sung at remembrance. A council led now by Mari, son of a fisherman from the Jade Sea, held together a city both ancient and ever new. His skin was copper, his hair braided with shells, his voice deep and careful. Beside him sat counselors descended from every line, a scholar whose ancestors were maesters, a wildling hunter's granddaughter, a Dothraki poet, a Lysine merchant prince who had forsaken titles for a common life. On the 100th anniversary of Daenerys' death, the city awoke before dawn. Bells pealed from the Temple of Many Flames, and the dragons, wild and city-tame, swept in lazy arcs above the spires. The streets filled with processions. Children in wolf and dragon masks, banners bright as autumn leaves, elders carrying the first laws of the city on battered parchment. Mari watched from the ramparts, his son perched beside him, wide-eyed at the sight of the city's splendor. "What will I do when it's my turn to speak?" the boy whispered, anxious. "Tell the truth," Mari answered, "even when it stings, especially when it stings." Bendawan. His own speech was short, as the councils always were on remembrance. Today we honor not just Daenerys, not just Jon, not only Olenna and those who walked before us, but every one of you, those who dared hope when hope seemed foolish. The city endures because you build it anew. Every day, you are its promise. The crowd replied in a thunder of voices, "Endure, build, become." Then the festival began. Bread was shared, wine flowed, musicians played ballads in half a dozen tongues. The city scholars recited histories, some as grand as epics, some merely the stories of a single roof mended, a family found, a kindness given and repaid. The dragons, now numbering nearly a score, from Rhaella's last ancient brood to the copper-bright hatchlings of the new spires, performed their own ritual, wheeling through the sky above the city, wings sparkling with sunlight. The city's strength was tested again in the years that followed. Word came of a new empire rising in the far south, a warlord uniting broken cities with promises of gold and glory. His banners, black and red, with a serpent entwined about a burning sun, became feared in every port. Refugees fled north, bearing tales of forced tribute and burning towns. Merchants grew wary. The city's council debated. Should they send aid or risk drawing the warlord's ire? Some urged caution, others called for boldness. Mari listened to every voice, then called an open assembly in the heart of the city. The debate raged for hours. The daughter of a wildling chieftain demanded the city remain true to its roots, sheltering all who came in need. A traitor warned that if the city grew too bold, it would draw the serpent's vengeance. A healer from the free cities rose, his voice quavering but determined. What is the worth of a city that turns from those who suffer, out of fear? In the end, the vote was cast, as it always had been, by the people. Aid was sent. Grain, healers, weapons forged by Gendry's descendants. The city prepared as best it could for trouble. The warlord's reply was swift. An envoy arrived, her cloak sewn with black pearls, her voice cold as winter. She demanded tribute and fealty in the serpent's name, or the city would burn. Mari faced her with dignity. We bow to no warlord. We give to those in need, not to those who threaten. Tell your master, we have survived worse than threats. The envoy left, promising fire and blood. Weeks passed. The city waited, wary but unbowed. Walls were strengthened, dragon riders patrolled the sky, and children learned to read the old runes of warning carved into the city's stones. Some in the council feared that mercy had overreached. Others pointed to the city's unity, the depth of its memory. Old arguments flared, but always returned to the council's table, to be settled not by sword, but by voice and vote. Then, one storm-lashed night, the enemy came. Ships appeared in the bay, black sails furled. Ziga engines were rolled to the water's edge, their crews masked and silent. The warlord's soldiers shouted curses in a dozen tongues, their torches burning along the shore. The city did not tremble. Dragons took flight, the oldest, Misa's last brood, breathing fire in warning. The people of Valyria, armed not just with blades but with years of fellowship and trust, lined the walls, ready to fight if need be. Healers readied their supplies. Bakers kept ovens burning, sending bread up to the ramparts. Mari stood on the highest tower, the speaker's chain glinting at his breast, and spoke across the water. You may bring fire, but we have known fire. You may bring blood, but we have bled and survived. This city endures. The warlord's engines unleashed their first volley, stones and fire raining down. Dragons answered, swooping low, their flames a shield that drove the enemy back from the walls. The defenders, men, women, children, all, fought not for conquest, but for home. The city's streets ran with fear, but not with chaos. The old drills held, the city's code guiding even in the teeth of terror. By dawn, the siege was broken. Dragons burned the enemy's ships in the bay. The warlord's army shattered, retreated into the hills. The city mourned its dead, tended its wounded, but stood stronger for the trial. When the ashes were swept from the streets, Mari called the city together. We did not win because of dragons, or walls, or even courage. We won because we remembered who we are, because we would not let fear be our master. That day, the council voted again to open the gates to those fleeing the serpent's wrath, and new hands joined the city's labor, building, learning, healing. In the years that followed, Valyria grew yet more diverse, its boundaries stretching to new farmlands, new quays, new quarters named for each wave of people who came seeking sanctuary. The memory of the siege became part of remembrance, another layer in the city's tapestry of endurance. Children played at being speaker, or dragon rider, or counselor in the markets, their games reflecting the city's values: argument, laughter, mercy, challenge. The library became the heart of a new university, drawing scholars and dreamers from every corner of the world. Laws were rewritten to include new voices, to protect the vulnerable, to remind the powerful that their time was always borrowed. The dragons, too, changed. Some grew wild and left for the mountains. Others nested in the city's towers, their eggs cherished and tended. It became a mark of honor to serve as a dragon's companion, not a master, for the city remembered Daenerys' lesson that power untempered by compassion becomes only tyranny. Mari grew old and was succeeded in time by his son, who governed not alone, but as one voice among many. The city's council became larger, sometimes unruly, but always open. Disputes were frequent, but so were feasts and songs. The scars of war and hardship faded into stories, told to the young lessons to be argued over, not wounds to divide. In the twilight of his life, Mari walked the city's oldest streets, hand in hand with his grandchildren. He stopped at the statues of Jon and Daenerys, garlanded always with fresh flowers, and at the tomb of Elena, now half covered in ivy. He looked to the sky, where dragons soared, and listened to the city's heartbeat, the chatter of markets, the laughter from windows, the bells ringing in memory and in hope. He knelt and spoke the old words quietly. Endure, build, become. Time pressed on. New threads rose and fell. Old wounds reopened and healed. The city adapted, resisted, welcomed, forgave. It made mistakes, sometimes great ones, but always returned to its founding wisdom. No one above, no one below. All voices welcome. On the 1000th remembrance, when the city's founding was no longer living memory but sacred myth, a new speaker stood on the ramparts, a child of distant isles, whose mother's mother had come fleeing the serpent's banners. The city was changed again, new languages spoken, new banners flown, new festivals blended from every faith and land. Dragons still flew above the towers, their wings bright with morning sun. The river, wider now, was crossed by 5 bridges, each named for those who had dared to welcome strangers. The city's anthem, now sung in so many tongues it was more music than words, rose as a living promise. Here you may build. Here you are welcome. And as dusk fell, and lanterns lit the streets from Gendry's Ford to Arya Steps, the city's story went on. No ending, only beginnings. Each generation daring to believe that hope could be made new with every dawn. Centuries passed. The river carved new paths through land once wild, now tamed by terraces and winding streets. Valyria stood, not untouched by time but burnished by it. Its spires a patchwork of old stone and new marble, its bridges heavy with the traffic of all peoples, its sky marked by the occasional shadow of dragons, fewer now but never absent. The city's memory stretched back to fire and war, famine and storm, but its present pulsed with music, trade, debate, and invention. The world had changed, and so had the city, but at its core remained that ancient, stubborn promise. Endure, build, become. The name of Daenerys was a song sung at every remembrance, her legacy a lesson debated by scholars, a story embroidered into 1,000 banners waving from towers and ships alike. The speaker's chain had passed through 100 hands, each new leader chosen not for blood or birth, but for wisdom, courage, and the capacity to listen. In this age, the council was composed of 20, tanners and healers, stargazers and artisans, scribes and sea captains, chosen by the city's many guilds and quarters. Their debates, still fierce, were open for all to witness. In the great amphitheater, every citizen could raise a voice. Children born in Valyria grew up with the city's tales as their heritage. In the schoolyards and on the riverbanks, they played at being the great founders. Daenerys on her dragon, Jon with his direwolf, Arya the sea witch, Gendry the forge master, Elena the peacemaker. Yet the city's soul was never nostalgia. Each generation remade the city in its own image, blending the traditions of the old world with the inventions of the new. On the 200th remembrance, the bells rang at dawn, calling every household to gather at the Temple of Many Flames. The city was a tapestry of languages and colors, hair as pale as frost, skin as dark as polished stone, eyes clever and bright. The dragons, smaller, wilder, some raised in the city, Others, roaming the green mountains to the east, swooped over the towers, shedding sunlight in their wakes. The speaker that year was Lysaro, daughter of a dragon rider and a spice merchant, born of 3 continents and as comfortable in a forge as a library. She stood before the amphitheater's roaring crowd, the chain bright against her green robes. "We remember not for grief, but for gratitude," Lysaro began, her voice ringing clear. "Valyria is not a sanctuary for the past, but a forge for the future. Every law we write, every quarrel we settle, every stranger we welcome, these are the new stones in our foundation." She spoke of the city's trials, the storm that had nearly drowned the lower wharves, the winter of 7 moons that killed a quarter of the crop, the sickness that swept in from the east, but was beaten by healers and the courage of neighbors. "Our dragons have changed, and so have we. They are not monsters or gods, but companions, symbols of what it means to nurture what is wild, to trust in things beyond our full understanding." The crowd answered as they always did: "Endure, build, become." Among those listening was a young man named Tavi, newly apprenticed to the university's observatory. His mother was a healer, his father a stonemason from far Dorne, and Tavi himself had never seen the world beyond the city's fields. He dreamed not of thrones or dragons, but of mapping the stars, of finding order and meaning in the ever-changing heavens above Valyria. After the speeches, as the city spilled out into the streets for the festival, sharing bread, wine, and laughter, Tavi climbed the library's tower. There, he found his mentor, an old astronomer named Mester Reza, gazing at the sky with her patched lens. "Look there," Reza said, pointing to a point of shimmering blue where the sun just touched the horizon. "Once, the founders of this city looked only to survival. Now we look to the stars." Tavi set up his chart, measuring the movement of a new comet. "Do you ever think," he asked, "that we have become too proud? That we forget the hunger and fear that built this place?" "Ben?" Reza laughed, gentle and unafraid. "The city will always know hunger and fear, Tavi. That is why we keep remembrance, why we share bread and vote for council, why we write down our failings as well as our triumphs. But pride too has its place. We have built something the world thought impossible." She rested a hand on his shoulder. "Now it is your task, and the task of every generation, to ask what else is possible." Later, as dusk fell, Tavi joined the river procession, where children floated lanterns in memory of those who had been lost. Old leaders, kin, even dragons. The lights drifted out on the water, mirrored by the city's bright windows and the constellations coming awake above. Music echoed from the squares. Laughter and the cries of hawkers rose and fell. From a balcony, an old woman, once a refugee from a distant war, leaned on the arm of her granddaughter, singing the city's anthem. That night, in the amphitheater, the council met in open session, debating a question that would shape the next age. There were rumors of unrest in the east, a coalition of cities, jealous of Valyria's freedom and prosperity, threatening embargo. The city's young were restless, some eager to meet the challenge with strength, others urging patience, diplomacy, invention. The debate lasted hours, the galleries packed with citizens, some shouting, some singing, some silent in thought. Lysaro listened, guiding the argument not with decrees, but with questions. What do we owe the world that would rather see us kneel? She asked. And what do we owe ourselves, who swore never to become the tyrants we fled? In the end, the council resolved to send envoys, young and old, merchant and scholar alike, with gifts of invention, knowledge, and peace. If these were rejected, the city would strengthen its alliances, not through conquest, but by opening the gates to yet more exiles. We will answer hate with hope, Lysaro declared. If we are to endure, we must never cease to become. The coming years tested the city's resolve. The eastern cities sent embargoes and spies. A new faith, fierce and uncompromising, gained adherents among the city's poorest, preaching that the old council had lost its way. There were street arguments, a riot in the southern market, a dragon wounded by a mob. Some cried for stronger rule, others for yet more openness. Tavi, now grown and a teacher at the university, found himself pulled into the debates. He joined a circle of young voices, students, workers, artists, who believed that Valyria's promise was not a law, but a living act. They held night meetings in the amphitheater, drafting petitions, calling for reforms, better wages, new schools in the outlying quarters, a seat on the council for the dragon riders and the laborers who fed the city. The council listened. The debates grew stormier, but no voice was silenced. Slowly, change came. The faith's priests were given their own day to speak. The wounded dragon was healed and released, and the speaker herself walked the southern market, listening, eating bread, promising change. Laws were amended, new councils formed. Mistakes were made, but not hidden. The city argued itself forward and survived. On the 300th remembrance, a child, descended from every bloodline and faith in the city, stood atop the speaking stone and read aloud the city's founding words, old and new, endure, build, become. The dragons wheeled above, their shadows drifting across the thronged squares. The amphitheater stones rang with applause and song. Tavi, old and white-haired, watched from the edge of the crowd, marveling at what had lasted. He remembered Reza's words, that the task of every generation was not to preserve the city as it had been, but to dare to ask what else might be possible. As dusk fell, and lanterns lit the bridges, Tavi wandered home through streets alive with festival, his heart light. The city was still imperfect, still racked by argument, still stung by envy and error, still vulnerable to hunger and fear. Yet he felt, as every generation had before him, that stubborn, undying promise. Not of a city that could not fall, but of a city that would always, always rise. And high above, the dragons flew, their calls weaving through bells and voices, watching over a city forever unfinished, forever in the making, forever daring to begin again. Oh, Ka. Beneath the changing sky, the city lived on, a perpetual motion of hands and hearts, of memory and invention, never the same and never quite different enough to forget its roots. Generations slipped one into another like the stones in Valyria's oldest bridges, and the faces in the markets, on the council, in the university's luminous halls, were ever new, ever familiar, their eyes bright with the same restless hope. 400 years since Daenerys' death and Jon's burial beneath the council chamber, the city had become the living memory of them both, a mosaic of their lessons and the thousand changes wrought by the centuries. In the east, the green mountains the dragons loved had grown wilder. Some broods vanished there for seasons at a time, returning only for remembrance, their wings glimmering against the sky. The river, once a muddy boundary, now split into channels winding through stone and orchard and reed, nourishing parks where children played, and poets composed the city's story in new tongues. At the heart of it all, the great amphitheater swelled with song and laughter on every festival. Each remembrance, the city's anthem was sung in a chorus so diverse it shook the stones. 1,000 voices, 100 accents, the old words given life by those who could never have imagined them when first spoken. This remembrance, as dusk approached, the air shimmered with lantern light and expectation. The speaker was Asha, chosen by the council after a bitter, weeks-long contest that had itself become the stuff of street drama and ballad. She was tall and broad-shouldered, with eyes that missed nothing and a smile as sudden as thunder. Her mother was descended from Gendry's line, her father from a Sarnori horse lord who had come as a refugee and stayed for love. She wore her hair in a dozen braids, each tipped with a different color of glass, each representing a trade, a faith, a friendship from some part of the city. Asha stepped to the speaker's stone, the heavy chain bright with ancient gems. She looked out over the crowd, took in the banners rippling overhead, the open hand, the wolf, the dragon, the book, the wheel, the flame, the river lily. She listened, as every speaker did, to the silence before she spoke. We remember not to worship what was, but to measure what we've done since. We are not Daenerys' city or John's, nor Elena's, nor Lazaro's, nor Marie's. We are ours. We are ours. We are the city that never closes its gates, never stills its quarrels, never grows tired of invention. And for every hardship, every error, every wound we have endured, we have also built and become. A roar swept the amphitheater, pride and joy, the promise old as fire and new as the sun that would rise tomorrow. Later, as the festival filled the city with light and song, Asha walked the riverbank with her daughter, Rain. The girl was 15, quick-witted and stubborn, her dreams turning already to council debates and inventions of her own. "Do you think it's easier now, Mother?" Rain asked, watching the lanterns drift on the water, some shaped like dragons, some like ships, some no more than folded paper. All the old stories, they make it sound so hard, as if every day was a new battle. Asha smiled, remembering her own childhood. Her grandmother's tales of the siege, the winter of the 7 moons, the wild dragons who had nested on the library spire. It's always hard. Just hard in a new way. Once, we worried only about hunger, war, exile. Now, we argue over trade, over words, over what it means to belong. We have more to lose now, and so we must be braver in different ways. Now. Rain was silent a while then. I want to build something. Not just new laws. Something everyone can use. A bridge, maybe. Or a tower that harvests the sun. Do you think people will care if it's not a dragon or a song? Asha hugged her. If it gives hope, if it lasts, if it's beautiful, they'll care. The city's made of more than dragons, or songs, or speakers. It's made of every hand that dares to shape it. Across the river, in the university's highest hall, another kind of debate raged. Scholars and engineers, dragon riders and counselors argued over the next great work. A new aqueduct to bring water from the foothills, a network of mirrored towers to light the city's streets by night, a plan for the first grand archive of song and story, a map of every bloodline and faith to be preserved for those yet unborn. Rain's bridge, just an idea now. A series of sketches and calculations, was quietly entered in the city's annual competition for apprentices. She worked by lantern light, aided by friends and rivals alike, testing models on the banks, adjusting for flood and frost. She sought the advice of masons whose ancestors had laid the city's first stones, and of sailors whose ships had brought them across a dozen seas. On festival day, her model bridge was displayed in the amphitheater beside engines, sculptures, and musical instruments. The judges, counselors, elders, even the city's oldest dragon, perched atop the amphitheater's crown, listened as she explained its workings. The way it shifted with the river's floods, the shelters built beneath for those who had nowhere else to go, the glass tiles designed to catch rain and sun for gardens at either end. Her design was not the grandest, but it was chosen for its ingenuity, its kindness, and the care with which it answered the city's present needs and future dreams. The council voted to build it, naming it Hope's Crossing. In the years that followed, Rain's Bridge became the heart of a new district. A place where street vendors and scholars, dragon riders and fishers, lovers and quarrelers met under the colored light of the tiles. Artists painted its piers. Children chalked games along its walkway. The poor slept safe in its sheltered alcoves. The city changed again and again, but always found room for hope. Asha watched her daughter's pride, her struggle, her joy. She herself grew older, ceding her place to a younger counselor, but remaining an advisor, a voice of memory and mischief in every debate. She witnessed the city welcome new peoples, fleeing wars and storms, saw dragon's eggs hatched and lost, mourned old friends, and greeted new ideas with the same stubborn delight. As remembrance approached once more, Rain, now herself a counselor, her hair woven with glass beads and copper wire, climbed the bridge at dusk. She gazed across the river, to the amphitheater bright with lanterns, to the library and its domes, to the green mountains rising in the distance, to the dragons circling overhead. Her daughter, Muriel ran up beside her, carrying a folded piece of paper. A new design, a new hope, a new promise. Together, they leaned over the rail, watching lanterns drift on the river, their light flickering in the current. "Will they remember us?" Muriel asked, her voice soft. Rain smiled, hearing all the voices of her ancestors in her heart. "They will. Not for what we are, but for what we build, for the hope we leave behind." Nemnishaw. As night fell, the bells of Valyria rang again, joined by dragons' cries and the laughter of children. The city, forever unfinished, endured and dreamed, and the river ran on beneath bridges built of memory, mercy, and wonder. No ending, only beginnings, each remembrance a promise to endure, build, and become anew. Time braided itself into the city's walls, each generation weaving new patterns alongside the old, never erasing, only adding. The long banners fluttered from Hope's Crossing, faded and mended. Each patchwork square stitched with a name, a date, or a line of song. Above the towers and domes and glimmering glass, the dragons still flew, now more myth than threat, their wild kin glimpsed in the dawn above the far peaks, their city dwellers gentle and watchful, old as stone and wise as rivers. The markets were thick with voices, sellers of starfruit and barley cakes, musicians piping tunes brought from islands no longer on the charts, children shouting riddles in 3 or 4 languages at once. The city's old amphitheater hosted not only remembrance, but the great open debates, fierce, playful, sometimes riotous, as much theater as governance. Young and old pressed together on the marble benches, eager to shout their minds, to listen and jeer, and, more often than not, laugh. The speaker that year, a slight, silver-eyed woman named Vey, managed the assembly with a juggler's patience and a bard's sharp tongue. Vey's mother had come from the grasslands to the north. Her father was a baker of Lysine stock, and Vey herself was most at home in the tumult, quick to laugh and quicker to silence fools. On the 500th remembrance, all work ceased. Dragons, 6 by now, and none tamed, circled the city, their shadows rippling over rooftops and rivers. The temple bells rang in a dozen harmonies, and the crowd spilled from every door. From the speaker's stone, Vey's voice carried. 500 years ago, this city was a hope, not a place. It was a dream against hunger, against war, against the dark and the cold. Every remembrance, we renew our vow, that no one is unwelcome, that no story is finished, that every voice may be heard, that we will argue and make mistakes and mend them, as our forebears did, not with swords or fire, but with words and work and care. A sea of voices echoed the city's oath. The bread was broken and passed from hand to hand, as it had always been. Wine and water were poured in honor of all those who had built, all who had fallen, all who had dared to believe. Vey's youngest son, Salo, clung to her sleeve as the crowd cheered. He was 10, wide-eyed, half wild with the excitement of the day. "Why do we do this?" he whispered, as Vey lifted him to see the dragons flying over the spires. "Why do we need remembrance? Because it reminds us what we stand for." He murmured. "And what we must become." Salo nodded, solemn for a heartbeat. Then he wriggled free, swept into the festival's riot of color. They watched him go with the fond, aching pride of every parent in every age. Then stepped down into the crowd, the chain of office warm against her chest. As festival days waned, city life returned to its pattern. Salo ran through the markets, learning from every stall and song and story. He apprenticed himself for a time to a glassblower whose ancestors had helped roof the first library dome. He learned to grind lenses, to blow glass strong enough to withstand dragonfire, to etch the city's history into colored panes. At night, he listened to debates in the amphitheater about building codes for the river's new branch, about the best use of a council seat, about the ethics of teaching dragons to recognize the bells as warnings rather than calls to hunt. One year, a fire swept through the market, a freak lightning strike on a summer night. The flames leapt from awning to awning, threatening homes and the new Guildhall. Dragons soared above, their roars a warning. The city turned out in force, buckets handed hand to hand, the river's water harnessed in clever channels. The youngest dragon, storm gray and graceful, diving low to break the fire with his wings. When the flames died and dawn came, the market was scarred, but none were lost. They gathered the council in the square, Salo by her side, and together they listened to every story. The baker who'd saved a child, the old woman whose song had rallied the bucket line, the dragon rider who'd risked burns to clear a path for the healers. The rebuilding was begun that very day, with Salo's glass panes promised for the new Guildhall, a mural of the fire and its quenching, of fear and courage, of scars and the new life growing from them. Years turned, and Salo grew tall, his hands strong and scarred. He watched the city change again and again, fashions shifting, music evolving, new faces arriving from ever more distant shores. The council became larger, more unruly, more democratic, with seats for every quarter and every major guild, with apprentices given a voice and even dragons represented by the city's oldest rider. Now a legend herself, Salo's glasswork became famous, not for its beauty alone, but for its honesty. In every window he etched both the city's triumphs and its wounds, making of each pane a lesson and a memory. When his mother's time as speaker ended, she retired to the river's edge, teaching young orphans the city's stories and tending the wild gardens that bordered the water. There came, in Salo's 30th year, a new test. Far to the south, a string of volcanic eruptions sent clouds of ash across the sea, dimming the sun for weeks, stunting the fields and chilling the city's bones. Ships limped in with hungry passengers, whole villages abandoned in the wake of famine. Valyria, used to plenty, was forced to ration bread and grain for the first time in living memory. Debate raged. Some councillors argued to close the gates to safeguard what little remained. Others, remembering the city's vow, demanded that they share until the very last crumb. The speaker, an old friend of Salo's, a scholar of the law, turned to the people for decision. In the amphitheater, voices rose in grief, fear, and hope. Salo spoke simply. "We are not the city of dragons, nor of glass. We are the city that endures because we build together. To break that now, for safety, is to lose what we are." The vote was taken. The gates would remain open. Every storehouse watched. Every hand asked to help. The hardship was bitter. Some died, some left, but most endured, and the city's faith in itself, though battered, was not broken. When the sun returned and the fields greened once more, the council called for a celebration. A feast of thanks, a new series of windows for the Guildhall, each showing not only the suffering, but the unity and hope that had brought the city through. Salo's work shone in the dawn, each colored pane a promise renewed. The decades wheeled onward. Salo had children, who grew into their own talents. One a musician, one a dragon rider, one a teacher who opened a school beneath Hope's Crossing, where every student learned the city's founding stories in as many tongues as there were families in her class. They died in her 100th year, surrounded by kin and the city's chorus of bells. At her funeral, dragons wheeled overhead, and Salo laid a window of storm blue and fire gold glass over her grave, a tribute to her wisdom, her laughter, and her stubborn hope. The city mourned, and then celebrated, as it always had. Remembrance returned, brighter and more crowded than ever. New speakers rose and fell. The dragons changed again. Old families faded and new ones arrived. The river widened, the university sprouted new towers, and debates filled the amphitheater late into every night. Each generation found its own trials, disease, trade wars, a great flood that turned the lower city into a warren of boats for a year. Yet always the same promise echoed: endure, build, become. And every remembrance, as night fell and lanterns drifted on the river, the city's children sang the old anthem, their voices unbroken by fear or time. The dragons flew above, their shadows vast and gentle, guardians of a city never finished. Always brave, always new, Hope's Crossing shone beneath them. a living testament to all who had dared to hope and to build, a bridge from the memory of fire to the promise of dawn. Yeah, how? In the 6th century, since Daenerys' fire first sparked hope from ruin, Valyria was no longer just a city. It was a world unto itself, with myths coiled through every alley, each new birth and sorrow woven into the vast living tapestry that stretched from the river's winding arms to the farthest farms clinging to the hills. The dragons had thinned but never vanished. The eldest roosted high in the green mountains, their forms glimpsed at sunrise like legends written in cloud and gold. The city's stones, softened by rain and years, pressed together tighter with every generation's weight, sheltering those who dreamed and those who simply needed sanctuary. Remembrance, the city's heartbeat, came round with the first green of spring. By now, the ceremony sprawled over days. Lanterns shaped like dragons and wolves, open hands and rivers, stars and bridges, glimmered from every window and bridge. Old hands baked bread in a dozen ancient styles. Children danced through the streets in patchwork cloaks, each square telling a story of an ancestor, or an old city lost, of hardship overcome or kindness given. The bells were rung not just by the city's priests and counselors, but by all: the tanner, the glassblower, the healer, the dragon rider, the apprentice. A new speaker presided. Senna, a woman of mixed Essosi and Valyrian descent. Her skin dark as midnight, her hair a silver halo, her eyes full of storms and sunlight. She'd risen from the council of apprentices, beloved for her plain words and for her ability to listen as fiercely as she spoke. In her first year as speaker, she had led the city through a harsh winter and a bitter debate over whether to extend voting rights to the city's non-resident workers. An argument that had brought the amphitheater to tears, then laughter, then a narrow, hopeful victory for inclusion. The council itself had grown again. 30 seats now, half chosen by open vote, the rest by guilds, quarters, and the still sacred tradition of drawing lots among the apprentices. At the table sat old families and new wildlings and summer islanders, healers and dragon riders, glassmakers and cobblers, voices rising and falling in a dozen languages, arguments sharp as ever but never quite bitter enough to break the city's old promise. This remembrance, Senna stood on the speaker's stone, the heavy chain of office layered over a cloak, sewn with the banners of 100 districts. Her speech was brief but fierce. We do not gather to say we have finished the work, only that we have not stopped building. We honor those who dreamt this city out of exile and flame. We honor those who found new dreams, who questioned, who challenged, who loved. And to the lost, those who left us, those we could not save, we owe our work, our memory, and our hope. The story is not done. B-O-R-R. The crowd echoed her words, then filled the square with the first lines of the city's anthem, "Endure, build, become." And the sound was a thunder, not of war but of belonging. Bread was broken, wine poured, lanterns sent drifting on the river until the whole city shimmered with flickering light. Senna's youngest daughter, Mara, watched wide-eyed from the front row. She was 12, all energy and curiosity, obsessed with dragons and stories, and in awe of the speakers and counselors whose voices shaped the city. Her older brother Nico, already apprenticed to the glassmakers, leaned over to whisper, "Remember this, you'll stand there one day." Mara shook her head, but her eyes never left the speaker's stone. Festival days blurred into one another. Games, debates, feasts. The great pageant on Hope's Crossing, where the story of the city was acted out anew each year. Mara joined the children's pageant, playing a wolf girl who welcomed strangers at the gates, her lines learned by heart. She heard, as every child did, the city's founding lessons. That mercy was strength, that every voice mattered, that to build was better than to rule, and that the dragons, for all their majesty, served the city, not the other way around. She learned, too, of sorrow. This year, a sickness spread from the south, carried, some said, by merchants fleeing a civil war beyond the summer sea. Healers worked day and night. The city's gates were kept open but carefully watched, and for the first time in a century, Bread was rationed, and a silence settled on the city's usual chaos. Senna gathered the council and called a citywide assembly. Every seat in the amphitheater was filled, and those who could not find a place crowded the hillsides, listening as the wind carried the debate across the city. Some argued for closing the gates, for keeping the city safe, even if it meant abandoning the city's most sacred promise. Others, apprentices and elders alike, spoke of what would be lost, how every time the city had turned inward, it had withered, and only by welcoming the world had it found new life. Mara watched her mother as the arguments grew fierce and then weary, the city's leaders stripped of pride and laid bare by responsibility. In the end, Senna spoke for mercy and vigilance both. The sick would be cared for, the hungry fed, the gates guarded but not barred. The city would endure, not without cost, but with its soul intact. The hardship was real, lives lost, old wounds reopened, fear a guest at every table. But the city's memory outlasted fear. Healers discovered new remedies, old rivalries became alliances at the sickbeds, and Mara, in her small way, became a messenger for the apothecaries, carrying herbs and news from one quarter to another. When the worst had passed, the city mourned its dead with a festival of lanterns, each one lit for a name, a story, a hope. The river gleamed with drifting lights, and the dragons, sensing the mood, flew low and slow above the crowds, their great wings stirring the lanterns into spirals of color. The years turned. Mara grew into her voice and her calling. She apprenticed with the river pilots, learning every bend of the water, every current and trick of wind. The bridges were her home. Hope's Crossing, now expanded, and the new arches that rose alongside it, each named for a story. Sorrow's Span, Joy's Leap, the Bridge of Questions. She joined debates, sometimes losing, sometimes swaying a room with a single clear phrase. She earned a seat on the council as its youngest member, her badge a simple glass wolf, an echo of the part she had played as a child. Senna retired to teach, her wisdom passed on in the schoolrooms and markets, her pride in Mara boundless and gentle. Nico became a master glassmaker, his windows shining over every quarter, each one a record of the city's hardships and renewals, each one signed in the corner, for those who build. In Mara's first year on the council, a new challenge arrived. The city's oldest dragon, nearly blind, was found injured on the riverbank. The council gathered, the amphitheater thrumming with concern and debate. Some said the time had come to let the dragons go, to give the wild their due, and let the city become only itself. Others, fiercely loyal to the city's oldest companions, argued for building new roosts, training new generations to care for dragons, and honoring the bond between city and sky. Mara, remembering the lesson of the gates, argued for trust and change. The dragons are not ours to command, but neither are we meant to part with all that made us strong. Let us build, as we always have, new homes for them, new places of safety, but let them choose whether to stay. Then, MD. Her compromise won the day. The city's best builders raised new towers at the edge of the mountains, open and free, while the city's healers and children tended the old dragon until he was strong enough to choose his own fate. He left at last, flying into the dawn, but 3 young dragons lingered in the city, their loyalty freely given. As the city moved into its 7th century, every remembrance grew brighter and more layered. Old stories faded, but new ones took their place. Mara grew older, then passed her place on the council to another child of the river. Her name remembered not as a founder, but as a bridge, one among many, another voice in the city's endless chorus. On the 1000th remembrance, the bells rang for a day and a night. Lanterns spilled across the river and the sky. The speaker, a child of the city's newest quarter, spoke words as old as hope. Endure, build, become. We are the city that remembers and dreams anew. And under the gaze of dragons and stars, with the river's song in their ears, the people of Valyria sang their anthem to the dawn. Their city forever unfinished, forever rising, a promise renewed in every heart. With every passing generation, Valyria grew more layered. its stones marked by 1,000 hands and the gentle persistence of memory. In the city's 7th century, what had begun as the desperate refuge of a queen and her beloved became an intricate tapestry, woven from the dreams of countless strangers and the resilience of an ever-renewed people. The city's skyline, once sharp with the spires of the Dragon's Heart and the domes of the First Library, now shimmered with the glass towers of astronomers, the airy arches of the new forums, and the graceful, wind-carved perches of the last city-dwelling dragons. Remembrance, the ancient heartbeat, was now the greatest festival in the known world. For a week before the solstice, the city was garlanded with banners sewn by every household, the streets bright with lanterns painted with memories of lost homes, victories, old lovers, new beginnings. Dragons, both wild and gentle, circled overhead in a lazy spiral, the sound of their wings lost beneath laughter, the calls of street vendors, the songs drifting from 1,000 windows. This remembrance, the speaker was Malys, a slender, gray-eyed woman whose roots touched every continent in some branch or another, who had grown up as a foundling in the northmost district and risen through the city's schools by wit and a talent for reconciliation. She was famous for turning arguments into dances, for listening without judgment, and for knowing the name of every child in her quarter. Her hair, streaked silver and black, was bound with a length of blue ribbon given her by an old counselor on the day she first spoke in the amphitheater. Malys stood upon the speaker's stone, the great chain heavy at her neck. Around her, the council gathered, 50 now, for the city had grown beyond imagining. Each quarter electing its own, guilds and apprentices choosing others, the children themselves given a single vote each remembrance. The city was so vast it could never be known by one mind, but every remembrance in the amphitheater, it felt close as a family table. Her speech was brief, for all the city's love of words. We do not honor perfection, we honor persistence. We remember not to boast, but to promise, that we will not forget those who came before, nor the strangers at our gates, nor the children yet unborn. Nay, Valyria is not a city of thrones, nor of dragons, nor even of hope alone. It is the city of beginnings. A hush. Then, as always, the ancient chorus, endure, build, become. Malys' granddaughter, Evie, sat cross-legged at the edge of the great square, a sketchbook open on her knees. She was 12, impatient and fiercely curious, her hair a tumble of black curls, her hands stained with ink and the bright dyes used in glasswork. She had never known a day when the city was at war, nor a night when hunger was more than a memory shared by elders. She dreamed not of ruling, but of creating. A bridge to span the river's newest channel, a garden to climb the city's highest wall, a festival of stories that would bring every child together, no matter their tongue or quarter. As the bread and wine were passed from hand to hand, Evie slipped away to Hope's Crossing, now grown so wide and grand that 10 carriages could ride abreast across its length. The bridge's arches were painted with the names of those who had built it, and on every remembrance, children chalked new names, of heroes, of teachers, of friends, of dreams, yet untried. She found her best friend Aaron waiting for her, a reed flute at his lips, his eyes bright with anticipation. "You brought your stories?" he asked, and Evie grinned, holding up her sketchbook. They joined a circle of children, each sharing something. A poem, a song, a memory. Evie read her story, a tale of a girl who tamed a dragon not with fear, but with kindness, of a city built by those who were never kings, of a garden where the first apple tree grew from the seeds in an exile's pocket. The others clapped, and a run played a tune that turned the story into music, the notes rising over the river to mingle with the calls of the dragons. Later, as dusk painted the sky in impossible colors, Evie watched as the oldest dragon, Silver, blind in one eye, settled atop the dragon's heart, his scales gleaming in the lantern light. She wondered what he remembered. Did he dream of the first remembrance? Of Daenerys, whose statue stood in the forum, weathered and welcoming, flowers always at her feet. Her mother joined her at the railing. "You'll add your name to the bridge someday," she said. "I hope so," Evie answered, but only if I build something that lasts." Her mother smiled. "Sometimes, what lasts is not stone or steel, but what you teach another, or a story you give the city, or the friend you hold close, even when you quarrel." Evie pressed her fingers to the carved stone, promising herself she would try. Beyond the city, the world shifted as ever. To the south, a league of cities rose and fell in the old manor. One built on conquest, one on trade, another on faith. Envoys came and went, bringing news and disputes, some seeking the city's wisdom, others its trade, still others its shelter. Valyria welcomed them all, for its code demanded it, but did not bend. The city's laws, hard-won and endlessly amended, remained its core. No one above the law, no one beneath hope. Every voice, however small, must be heard. A year came when the river flooded so fiercely, it seemed the city itself might be swept away. Dragons herded the herds to higher ground. The people, farmers and poets, counselors and apprentices, joined to build walls of sand and stone, their work frantic, sometimes failing. Evie, now older, led a brigade of children ferrying sandbags and food. Her stories and our runs flute keeping courage alive when despair gnawed at the city's edge. The floodwaters receded at last. The city mourned what it lost, rebuilt what it could, and added new lines to the anthem, celebrating both failure and resilience. Evie wrote a song that children sang on the next remembrance, a promise to never let the river's hunger become fear. Time pushed forward. Evie grew into her place, first as an apprentice to the city's builders, then as the first woman to oversee a bridge since Reign. Her garden climbed the city's highest wall, flowering in colors that no one remembered seeing before. Blooms bred from seeds sent by distant friends, gifts from cities long since vanished, or from children's pockets. She never led the council. She preferred to listen, to mend, to guide. But her voice and her stories shaped a generation. Dragons became rarer, their flights above the city treasured and mourned. The old silver dragon passed at last, his death marked by a silent procession of lanterns. Yet 3 younglings hatched that same spring, the city's children naming them with laughter and debate, the council recording the names into the city's living annals. New crises always came. A bitter winter, a debate about the city's role in mediating distant wars, a plague that forced isolation and then, through shared labor, brought new unity. The code endured. The city endured. And so, as the next remembrance approached, Evie, old now, but bright-eyed as ever, walked to Hope's Crossing, leaning on the arm of Aaron's grandson, her storybook tucked beneath her arm. She traced the chalked names on the bridge, reading aloud, the oldest and the newest, the grand and the humble. As the festival's lanterns rose above the river and the anthem soared across water and stone, Evie knew the city was not perfect, nor could it ever be, but it was a beginning. Every day, every child, every act of mercy, every quarrel and repair. Its dragons and its stories lived on, not because of any one hero, but because each generation dared to endure, to build, to become. Beneath the flickering lanterns, beside friends old and new, Evie whispered the words she had learned as a child, and which the city, her city, would carry, so long as hope could breathe. Endure, build, become. The river ran on, the dragons circled, and Valyria's story was written anew. Unfinished, undaunted, ever returning, ever beginning. The 1000th remembrance came on a dawn heavy with mist. The towers and bridges of Valyria softened into shimmering ghosts against the gold-washed sky. The river wound broader now, its banks heavy with gardens and wild marsh, its ferries decorated with banners painted by children's hands. From the oldest stones of the dragon's heart to the farthest new-built quarters, lanterns flickered in doorways, and above archways, each flame a living memory of the city's unbroken years. The dragons, now but a handful, their broods watched and cherished, woke first, wheeling high above the city's crown. Their cries echoed between spires, more song than roar, and were greeted with music from the towers. Bells, flutes, a great chorus of chimes tuned to the anthem of endurance. The air, damp and clean, carried the mingled scents of baking bread, new leaves, and the salt tang from the far sea. Malus was gone, and Evie too, her garden now a wild climb of every color spilling down the city's highest wall. On this remembrance, the speaker was a young man named Jal, chosen by a council as vast and diverse as any before. 50 counselors, elected and drawn by lots, guilds, and, more than ever, the children's vote. Jal was the son of river pilots, his hair dark and knotted, his speech simple, his laughter infectious. He wore the speaker's chain with humility, his eyes shining with awe as he looked upon the city's sea of faces and banners. He stood on the ancient stone, the forum square filled from edge to edge, every tier and window and roof crowded with the living descendants of all who had come before. Lanterns bobbed on the river, bread and fruit and wine were passed hand to hand. The dragons settled along the spires, their eyes like molten mirrors, watching as they had watched for centuries. Jal's voice was young and strong. We gather as our mothers and fathers gathered, and their mothers and fathers before them. Not to crown our pride, but to remember our promise. Valyria endures, because we choose to build, not only in stone, but in forgiveness, in patience, in welcome. We are not perfect. We are not finished. But each year, with each new face, we begin again. Then he paused, and the city answered with the ancient chorus. Endure. Build. Become. The day bloomed into celebration. Musicians played in every quarter, lutes and horns, strings and drums, melodies spun from every root the city had ever grown. In Hope's Crossing, where the bridge had grown so wide and green, it seemed to hold the river in its arms. Children ran chalk across the stones, painting the names of new friends and old stories. There, at noon, the youngest apprentices wove garlands for the speaker and council, tossing petals from the bridge into the water until the current shone red and gold. Beneath the bridge, the festival's oldest tradition continued. Teams of young and old joined for the river games, rafting, singing, races, and storytelling, all part of the friendly chaos. At the riverbank, elders told the founding tales. Of Daenerys, the queen who built a city from exile. Of Jon, who taught that mercy was the mightiest weapon. Of Arya, who crossed the world's edge and sent home new seeds. Of Elena, who built the bridges that bore every child to safety and promise. Throughout the city, the Remembrance Market thrived, its stalls crammed with spiced sweets, new glasswork, silks from distant shores, and inventions never seen before. Tiny sun catchers, wind-powered songboxes, clever water clocks. Artisans from the mountain villages traded with shipwrights from the coast, their bartering half in jest, half in earnest, always ending in laughter and the sharing of bread. In the afternoon, the great amphitheater was filled to bursting for the open debate, a tradition unchanged since the city's founding, now a spectacle of wit and wisdom. Anyone could speak. Some came with poems, others with petitions, some with hard questions about city policy, others with grand dreams for what Valyria could become. A girl barely older than 10, her hair braided with beads from a dozen guilds, stepped to the center. I want to build a library in every district, so every child can read the stories of our city, she declared, her voice quivering but determined. The crowd roared approval, and the counselor from the glassworkers stood to pledge his craft for the windows. Another voice called for a new hospital. Another, for a festival of lost tongues where the city's forgotten languages would be sung and spoken once again. Jal listened to every voice, his scribes jotting down promises and challenges. When the debate at last drew to a close, he raised his hands. We have always argued, and always will. We endure not because we are the same, but because we dare to differ, and still share our table and our dreams. Dusk fell, and the city slowed. The bread was broken again, now in every household and at every hearth. Some lit candles for the dead. Others told stories long into the night. Hope's Crossing filled with revelers, and at its peak, 3 dragons came to rest. their presence a quiet blessing. Children climbed to stroke their scales, and elders rested against their warm flanks, remembering older festivals, harder years. In the university's highest tower, scholars read aloud the annals, the old codes, the stories of the First Council, the earliest debates over law and mercy. Every change and challenge the city had survived. Apprentices listened, some awed, some restless, all dreaming of their own mark on the city's future. On the city's walls, in the garden that had once belonged to Evie, vines flowered in impossible colors, petals bred from generations of crossing and care, their scents carrying on the evening wind. Beneath them, lovers and friends pledged their hopes, wrote their dreams on slips of parchment, and tucked them into the crevices, each a seed for another year. At midnight, all fell quiet. From every district, every household, every soul, a single phrase rose. Endure, build, become. Lanterns were lifted into the sky, thousands, trailing up into the mist and moonlight, mirrored in the river's silver. The dragons took flight, their wings scattering the lanterns, weaving fire and shadow into a final tapestry of light above the city. Jal, standing atop the speaker's stone, watched the city glowing with hope and memory. He knew he would not be speaker forever. None ever were. Tomorrow the city would return to argument, to laughter, to the work of mending and dreaming. New crises would come, mistakes would be made, old wounds reopened, new wonders born. But this was the promise, that Valyria would never be finished, that its story belonged to all who dwelled there, that every dawn was a new beginning. As the last lantern vanished into the sky, the city below breathed as one. The river, the bridges, the dragons, the songs, each a testament, each a prayer, each a vow that hope would always find a home, so long as even one voice dared to say, endure, build, become. And so Valyria continued, forever unfinished, forever new unwa. K. In the deep hush that followed the 1000th remembrance, Valyria seemed to stand outside of time. A living monument, not to any single triumph, but to the slow, stubborn work of generations. Lanterns still floated on the river, their light trembling in the pre-dawn breeze, while dragons, sated and drowsy from the night's revel, roosted atop the highest spires, their presence as natural now as the shifting weather or the tide's daily return. The city awoke gradually. The markets in the dawn were soft with laughter, the scents of bread and spice, the tap of cobblers' hammers, and the distant music of flutes. The youngest children wandered through Hope's Crossing, following the rainbow trail of chalked names and memories left from the night before. The bridges themselves seemed alive, painted, carved, garlanded, retelling every story that had ever crossed them, carrying the city's history forward on 1,000 walking feet. Jal, weary but luminous, remained awake, his heart still echoing the city's ancient refrain. The council, too, lingered in the great hall, pages of notes and promises before them, bread and fruit passed from hand to hand, as if in ritual. Jal's eyes met those of his closest friend and council rival, Rena, a potter's daughter who spoke with fire and argued every question down to its root. I never thought we'd see 1,000 remembrances, Jal murmured, voice rough with awe and fatigue. What do you think they'll remember of us when we're gone? Rena grinned, tucking a lock of golden hair behind her ear. That we listened, that we argued, that we never gave up, not on each other, nor on the city. She raised her cup. And that we left it a little better, even if just for a day. Life flowed back into its familiar chaos. The market square filled, not just with the city's own, but with traders from every known land. Olive-skinned merchants from the Painted Mountains, tanners from the riverlands, children of distant islands whose dialects braided into the city's ever-growing song. On the river, fishers mended nets and told tales of old floods and new storms, laughing at how nothing was ever quite the same twice. The dragons, after their ceremonial flight, basked on sun-warmed roofs, their breath rising in lazy clouds. In the schools, apprentices began the new season with lessons on the city's code, debating its latest changes, reenacting the vote on library districts, adding verses to the anthem. In one classroom, a girl named Sarah, shy but fiercely observant, traced the chalk map of the city's expansion. She listened as her teacher, a sprightly, one-legged man named Mart, spoke of the first code and the promise that no voice would ever be drowned out by power, not so long as the city remembered to listen. Sarah's parents, both healers, returned each night with news of their wards, an outbreak of river fever in the lower districts, a new salve devised by apprentices from the Old South, a squabble between herbalists and glassmakers over the color of medicine jars. Each story was added to the family table, each quarrel and solution a thread in the household's shared cloth. Their neighbors, a couple from the Sea Islands and a group of wildling cousins, joined them most nights, the conversation a raucous tumble of plans and advice, love and exasperation, all woven together by memory and hope. By the river, Arun, grandson of Evie's old friend and now a builder himself, walked with his own daughter, Calla, along the broad curve of the New West Bridge. Calla, bright-eyed and always asking, pointed out the shifting colors in the glass set into the railings. Arun told her the story behind each panel. One was set with blue and white shards from a storm that had nearly destroyed the bridge. Another glimmered green, a gift from mountain traders, symbolizing the city's openness to every wanderer and their ways. "Will I ever build something like this?" Calla asked, her voice hesitant with wonder. "You'll build what the city needs," Arun replied. "That's always the way. Sometimes a bridge, sometimes a song, sometimes a way to heal. Whatever you give it, it becomes a part of us." Bendehau. He smiled, recalling his own childhood, the wild days when every part of the city was a frontier, every festival a renewal of promise. Now in middle age he saw more clearly how the city grew, not by leaps, but by hands joined, stones set atop old foundations, new dreams mapped onto ancient ones. The council met often, their debates a living drama. One month, a fierce storm swept in from the east, flooding the lower quarters and leaving hundreds in need of shelter. The city's response, swift and generous, became a lesson for every apprentice. Shelters thrown open, food and blankets shared, dragons and their riders helping ferry people to high ground. Afterward, the amphitheater filled with arguments over flood walls and taxes, relief funds, and the expansion of the city's canals. Sarah, now a student at the university, stood to address the council, her voice clear as glass. She proposed that every new building be required to host public meeting space and a safe haven for emergencies. A motion that, after long debate and revision, became law. Each crisis was met in turn. A grain blight in the city's outer farms, a trade dispute with the sea folk who brought salt and pearls, a quarrel over whether the dragons' roosts should be left wild or made open to those who wished to study them. In all things the city's code held, no decision without debate, no voice left unheard, no one forgotten in the shadow of power. Calla, inspired by her father and Evie's old stories, apprenticed herself to the city's gardeners. She became known for her patience and for the rooftop meadows she cultivated on the new library domes, gardens filled with blooms bred from old and new stock, their seeds saved from every decade, their petals a riot of colors unimagined by the city's founders. Every spring, children and dragons alike wandered her gardens, chasing bees and sunlight, their laughter carrying far across the rooftops. As decades unfolded, new joys and wounds shaped the city. A war in distant lands brought refugees in waves, and the council grappled with questions of space, work, and culture, sometimes stumbling, sometimes shining with unexpected grace. An illness swept the city's older dragons, and a generation mourned. But 3 new hatchlings, raised with the children and trained by the gentlest hands, brought hope roaring back into the sky. Sarah, in her maturity, became a teacher and counselor, remembered for her tireless work ensuring every district had access to books, food, and debate. Her students, wildlings and city-born, newcomers and old blood, grew to lead their own changes, each remembrance adding to the city's patchwork, never perfect, always alive. On the 1010th remembrance, Calla, now herself a leader, stood on Hope's Crossing. The bridge was dense with names, colors, and petals, its stones smooth with centuries of feet and dreams. She welcomed the latest children born in the city, sang the old anthem, and joined her voice to the crowd's ancient promise. Endure, build, become. The dragons soared, the bells sang, and the city, forever unfinished, welcomed the dawn. The river ran on, gardens spilled green over every ledge. New stories joined the old, and Valyria's great work continued, undaunted by the years, ever a beginning. Yeah. Beneath the 1010th remembrance, Valyria sparkled as if the city itself were made of dew and sunlight. Its towers, once sharp with the vision of exiles, now showed their centuries. Vines tangled on ancient stone, glass domes clouded by the handprints of generations, rooftop gardens grown wild with old seeds and new. The dragons, 3 of them, youngest since the last spring, sunned themselves on the airy spires, their scales reflecting green and copper over the city's patchwork roofs. Hope's Crossing, grown wide and dense with foot traffic, was as much a marketplace as a thoroughfare, its arches layered with carvings, colored glass, and a tangle of lanterns from remembrances past. The festival's afterglow lingered. Banners hung limp in the breeze. On the western embankment, children played at founding the city. One draped herself in a silver scarf and proclaimed herself Daenerys. Another, cloaked in fur, howled like a wolf and was Jon. Their games, passed down like songs, wove the old stories into their laughter. Parents watched from the shade, sharing fruit and bread, the lines of their faces softened by joy, memory, and the certainty that, whatever tomorrow brought, the city was theirs. Sarah, a teacher now, guided a group of apprentices along the riverside. She moved slowly, her limp more pronounced, her hair a bold streak of white among black, but her voice carried like a bell as she narrated the city's story. "Every remembrance we begin again," she told them. "We are not finished, not ever. Every hand that mends a stone, every voice in council, every new song or law or kindness is another beginning. We are the city of bridges, not walls." Ben, a boy at the back, clever, quiet, asked, "What happens if the bridges fall?" Sarah smiled, her eyes shining with pride and mischief. "Then we build again. That is the lesson. Not dragons or queens or even peace. We endure because we build again." Calla, older now, her hands scarred from years of tending gardens on every rooftop in the city, sat beneath her favorite tree atop the new library dome. The city was below her, bustling and humming. Riverboats unloading, glassmakers working at their forges, dragon riders training younglings on the far side of the marsh. She traced the petals of a new bloom, a flower bred from seeds traded with a northern city, pale as frost and as tough as a weed, and marveled, as she always did, at the unlikely beauty of survival. Her nephew, Lynn, arrived out of breath, waving a letter. "A delegation from the Summer Islands. They're here to learn how we govern. They want to see the council at work." Calla smiled, her own childhood a sharp memory. Her grandmother's stories of remembrance, her own first garden on the cracked tiles of a forgotten rooftop. "They'll see all our quarrels and all our laughter," she said. "Tell them to come tomorrow when we vote on the canal. That's a fight worth witnessing." Lynn nodded, pride and anxiety warring in his young face. "Will you speak?" "If the council will have me," Calla replied, and sent him back down the spiral stairs with a wink. She watched the clouds drift over the river and thought of the city's code, how it had changed and changed again, how even now it was being argued, amended, made and unmade in every hall, at every heart. No law was perfect, no promise kept forever without work, but the code endured, not as a rule book, but as a habit, a hope, a stubbornness born of memory and longing. The council's hall that afternoon was alive with voices. Delegates from the Summer Islands, bright-robed and keen-eyed, shared the benches with old wildling matriarchs and Dothraki traders, with children sent to observe and cast their single yearly vote. The chamber echoed with a dozen languages, interpreters weaving between benches, the speaker, Keon, gentle and unflappable, presiding with patient strength. Today's quarrel was over a new canal. Some argued it would bring fresh water and trade, others feared it would flood the lower marshes, disrupt dragon nesting sites, or displace a neighborhood that had stood since the city's 2nd century. Calla, called to speak by the children's delegate, rose and spoke with a gardener's clarity. "We cannot stop change, only guide it," she said. "Let the canal curve where it must, but let us build new gardens atop its banks. Let every displaced neighbor have the first choice of new homes, and let us train the next generation to tend the new water, so that it feeds us all, not just the few." Debate continued, hours of it, passionate and full of story and grievance and hope. When the vote was finally called, Calla's compromise won by a narrow margin. The Summer Islanders applauded, but one of their own, Etta, a counselor from their largest city, stood and asked, "How do you survive so many arguments? Does it not wear you down?" Kian smiled. "We argue because we remember. We remember because we hope, and hope here's a work for many hands." In the evening, as dragons roosted and the city's lights came on, Calla joined Sarah beneath the old tree. The city glowed with the promise of evening. Couples walking the bridges, children running games in the square, elders sharing tea and memory. From a distant rooftop came the sound of flutes and laughter, a new anthem being composed by the latest crop of apprentices. Sarah pressed a small book into Calla's hands. "For the next remembrance," she said, "let them remember you too. Let them remember the gardens." Calla opened it, pages full of her sketches, her notes on soil and seed, pressed petals and dried leaves, tiny maps of the city's ever-changing roofscape. "Will any of it matter?" she whispered, suddenly struck by the river of years, the way every story vanished into the next. Sarah squeezed her hand. "It matters because you did it, because someone will read and grow and make their own garden. That is all we can ever ask." Storms came, as they always had, and passed. The new canal was dug, curving gently through marsh and garden, its banks lined with stone, new homes rising where old ones had stood. Some mourned, some celebrated, all endured. The dragons nested higher, their young watched by apprentices and riders who wrote each birth and death in the city's living annals. Calla's gardens grew over the library, then the council hall, then down the walls of Hope's crossing itself, cascades of color and life, tended by children and elders alike. The city flourished, even as it changed. Festivals returned, stories multiplied, the anthem gained verses, one for each bridge, each dragon, each act of mercy or courage. Years passed. Sarah died, her passing marked by a day of silence, the city's bells tolling once for each story she had taught. Her students and their students remembered. Calla's hair silvered, her hands grew slow but never idle. She left the council, then the gardens, but not the city, her last days spent in the wild roofscape she had helped bring to life. When she was gone, Lynn scattered her ashes in the highest garden, beneath the dragon's watchful eyes. Children planted a new tree, its roots drinking deep of memory, its shade cool as hope. The bridge of Hope's crossing bloomed brighter than ever, names chalked and carved and sung, petals drifting on the river. The story rolled forward. The city's code changed, old quarrels gave way to new. Yet the anthem never faltered. Endure. Build. Become. One dawn the speaker, now Etta, the Summer Islander, stood at the council's stone and welcomed a new wave of exiles fleeing storms beyond the sea. She recited the promise. Here you may build. Here you may begin. In distant lands, people told of Valyria not as a place of dragons, but of gardens, of bridges, of stories and song. A city forever unfinished, forever home. And beneath each new dawn, with every lantern and anthem, The city's children learned again what Calla and Sarah and the countless dreamers before them had known, that the only ending is to begin, and that hope, tended and shared, could turn exile into belonging, memory into promise, and every stone into a seed for something more. The dragons circled, the bells rang, and the city endured, ever becoming. Oh, K. The years following the 1010th remembrance saw nigh Valyria ever more alive, more layered, more itself than ever. An endless interweaving of beginnings and memories. At sunrise, mists lifted from the river, revealing the bridges like arms stretching wide to welcome the world. The city's domes and towers glittered with fresh-washed rain, while the rooftop gardens, Calla's legacy, tumbled in a riot of color across stone and glass. The dragons were fewer now, but their shadows still swept the streets, their wings met with laughter and awe, not fear. Edda, the speaker, rose early, listening from her high window to the city's pulse. Merchants in the square arranging morning fruit, apprentices chasing the last of the remembrance lanterns that had drifted into the reeds, a chorus of children rehearsing the latest anthem in 3 languages beneath Hope's crossing. The city's anthem had grown to 100 verses. Edda could remember at least 30, but no one could sing them all, and that was as it should be. This year brought new challenges. The summer sea had grown wild, storms battering distant shores and sending caravans of refugees through the gates. A frost lingered longer than usual in the marshes, stunting spring crops. In the far north quarter, a dispute over water rights brought old wounds to the surface. One counselor recalling her grandmother's exile in the 3rd century, another warning of dragon nests threatened by the digging of a new well. Edda called a council in the great amphitheater, open to all, with benches crowded and aisles thick with children and elders alike. Debate spilled over the walls and down into the market, where bakers and blacksmiths and glassblowers argued the issues in parallel, their conversations more poetry than anger. When it came time to vote on the water, Edda herself stood at the speaker's stone. She spoke not as a judge, but as a gardener, echoing the words Calla had written in her notebooks, now kept in the city's living archives. To share water is to trust, and to trust is to belong. Let the well be dug, but let it feed a garden above, so every drop gives back what it takes. And let those displaced by the work be the first to benefit from the new green. Lender. The motion carried, not easily but enough. And that autumn, a terrace of gardens bloomed above the well, tended by families from both quarters, a living promise that the old code of the city could adapt and still hold. Lynn, grown in learning his uncle's craft, wandered the rooftop gardens each night, making notes and sketches. He wrote letters to gardeners in distant cities. Sharing seeds, stories, advice. In time, a company of travelers arrived from the Jade Sea, bringing with them new fruits, strange vines, and a proposal to create a market of living plants and rare seeds, a place where every district could trade not only goods, but the memory of distant gardens. The market flourished, drawing crowds from every part of Valyria and beyond. It became custom, then tradition, for each child to plant a seed in the rooftop beds on the day of their coming of age, their names sung into the earth in a dozen tongues. The dragons themselves favored the gardens, basking among the trees and making their roosts in the thickest shade, content as cats. From the gardens, Lynn watched the city evolve. Old neighborhoods rebuilt, new songs woven into the anthem. Distant kin returned to add their own stories. The code, always under debate, became gentler, clearer. No one above the law, no one beneath hope. It was repeated in schools, argued in council, sung at remembrance. Each season's trials, an outbreak of fever, a series of poor harvests, a disagreement over the dragon's freedom, were met with patience and dispute, with new laws and old customs, but always with the resolve to endure and adapt. In her later years, Edda took to walking the city with her grandchildren, stopping in every quarter, speaking to anyone who would talk. She told stories of Sarah and Calla, of the bridge builders and lawgivers, of exiles who became counselors, of dragons who taught the city mercy. She taught her youngest grandchild, Zai, to listen before speaking and to look for hope not in words, but in hands. See he, who plants, who mends, who carries water for another. On the day Zai came of age, Etta pressed into their hand a notebook. Blank, save for a single line at the front. Write what you see. Remember what you learn. The city will need it. Aye. Zai, shy and bright, took to the task with quiet devotion, chronicling the city's days in sketches, stories, overheard songs. Their notes became a map, not only of places, but of kindnesses and quarrels. Who shared bread with whom, what songs were sung at whose window, how the dragons chose their resting places, who taught what to whom in the long afternoons of the gardens. Zai's notes grew into a new kind of archive, one not of law or legend, but of daily hope and stubborn generosity. It was read aloud at council for the first time when a dispute arose over how to care for the city's oldest dragon, whose sight was failing and whose roost needed repair. Let us not ask what is owed, Zai read, but what is offered. The council voted to build a new perch atop the library's highest dome, using stones from every district and flowers from every garden, the work done by all who wished to honor the city's oldest friend. Change came as always, never easy, never without grief, but always rooted in memory. The city's anthem gained a new verse, written by Zai and sung at the next remembrance by every child in the market square. From stone and sorrow, from seed and song, we build together, and together we belong. As seasons passed, dragons became less common, wilding to the mountains more often, yet their legend remained woven through the city, stories told at every fireside, their images painted, carved, and sung. Zai grew into a counselor, remembered for patience and for their archive of ordinary wonders. Etta's death was mourned with a festival of lanterns, each one carrying a story downriver toward the sea. At the 1025th remembrance, Lin, now old and slow, walked with Zai through the highest garden. The bells rang, and children chalked new names on Hope's crossing. Zai, looking at the city spread below, whispered the city's prayer. Endure. Build. Become. Lanterns drifted upward, dragons circled in the clouds, and the city, unfinished as ever, greeted the dawn, the promise renewed with every breath. From hand to hand, from voice to voice, Valyria endured, alive, imperfect, and forever becoming. Oh, K. Into me. The city's story unfolded in rings, like the growth of trees, each century adding new layers, new color, new memory. By the time of the 1025th remembrance, Valyria stretched from the river's gleaming mouth to the shadowed foothills, where wild dragons nested, a living map of all of the people who had ever sought hope beneath its spires. The bridges and domes reflected the first sunlight, shining gold, blue, and green. Gardens overflowed every ledge, every wall, every rooftop, wild with flowers and vines, 1,000 stories blooming at once. Zai had become a fixture of the city, a counselor whose notebook was as famous as the speaker's chain, whose sketches and observations formed a new tradition. Apprentices followed in their wake, recording laughter in market squares, the colors of banners at each remembrance, the lines of new bridges, and the rippling shadows of dragons. Their archive had grown vast, stored in the high tower above the university's glass dome, open to any citizen or visitor. Pages filled with arguments, celebrations, names and faces, both remembered and nearly forgotten, debates over the council's code, children's poems, garden recipes, street songs, an honest, sprawling memory of Valyria in all its stubborn imperfection. This remembrance, the air was sweet with the scent of late blossoms, and the smoke of 100 lanterns lit for loved ones gone. The speaker, a young woman named Mara, had been chosen by lot, a surprise to herself as much as to the city. Her skin was the brown gold of summer islanders, her accent rippling with the music of the city's oldest alleys. She stood at the speaker's stone, her voice unsteady at first, then rising with every verse the crowd sang. We gather not as the city of dragons, nor of exiles, but as the city of builders, of bridges, of gardens, of laws and stories. Our strength is not that we have never fallen, but that we have built again, every time, with every hand. The crowd's answer rolled through the amphitheater and out into the streets, the familiar, sacred refrain. Endure, build, become. As the festival swept through the city, Zai's apprentices, 12 in all, from every quarter, fanned out to record what they saw. In Hope's Crossing, they watched children trace the names of their ancestors into the bridge's stones, chalk dust smudging their knees and palms. On the West Bank, market stalls overflowed with fruits bred from seeds exchanged in the gardens, their flavors strange and sweet and utterly new. Along the river, wildlings and city-born alike launched lanterns, each carrying a wish or a story or a promise. Zai themselves wandered from council to garden to archive, adding lines and sketches to their notebook. A child giving bread to a stranger, a counselor laughing through tears as she recounted a bitter defeat that became the start of something better, a new verse to the city's anthem composed by a wild-haired girl at the river's edge. The speaker presided over a session of open debate, the amphitheater as crowded as ever. The subject, the dragons, now so rare in the city that some argued for turning their old roosts into gardens, others for keeping them as sacred ground. An old dragon rider, stooped but still bright-eyed, rose and spoke, her words slow but sure. We do not own the dragons, nor their memory. They are not our past, they are our kin, our teachers. Leave the roosts wild. Let the city remember that not all we love can be kept. Mara, listening, nodded. Let us plant new gardens beneath the roosts, not as markers of loss, but as promise, that if dragons ever choose to return, they will find us ready to welcome them. The motion passed, and that afternoon, the children of the city planted wildflower seeds beneath every empty spire. In Zai's own district, the gardens overflowed with guests. Lin, stooped with age but clear-eyed, presided over the coming-of-age planting for a new generation. Each child pressed a seed into the earth, naming it aloud, the crowd repeating the name until the garden itself seemed to sing. Some seeds would flourish, others fade, but each was remembered, written into Zai's notebook by a gentle apprentice with a crooked smile. That night, as lanterns rose on the river and the dragons, wild and wary, circled in the dusk, Zai sat with Lin beneath the flowering trees of Kala's old garden. Lin's hands trembled, but his spirit was bright. He told stories of Sarah, of old arguments over water and light, of feasts and floods, and the days when remembrance had seemed a frail hope. Now, he said, it is a pillar, not because we are wiser, but because we did not let go. Zai nodded, writing it down. Not because we are wiser, but because we did not let go. Years passed, as they always do. Lin died that winter, mourned by hundreds, his name woven into the gardens, his stories told at every festival. Zai grew older, their apprentices learning to keep the archive, to listen as well as speak, to argue as well as sing. The city faced new crises, a dry season that turned gardens brown, a council dispute over how best to teach the city's history, a new wave of refugees from far to the east, driven by storms and hunger. Each trial was met as the old ones had been, in council, in gardens, in the open square, with bread and debate, with code and kindness. A new speaker, chosen by the children's vote, led the next remembrance. She was 8. Her voice, a bird's song. She read from Zai's notebook, and then added her own line. We are the city that learns. We are the city that remembers. And so we are never alone. And so the story went on. The city changed. Dragons grew rare but were never forgotten, and every child knew the stories, the songs, the code. Hope's Crossing grew, its stones smooth and shining, its arches alive with names both old and new. The gardens reached for the sky. The river bore lanterns, wishes, memories, and the promise that no matter what came, the city would find a way to begin again. Zai, old now, watched from the garden wall as children sang the remembrance anthem. 1,000 voices, imperfect and glorious, rising into the dusk. The city's code was debated anew, and every quarrel was another stitch in the endless tapestry of belonging. Endure. Build. Become, Zai whispered, smiling through tears as the first lanterns rose above the city, and dragons, 2 of them now, distant and free, wheeled beneath the stars. The city did not finish. It was not meant to. It flourished in its incompleteness, hope sown and sown again, every generation building on what the last had left behind. And as the world turned and remembrance came round once more, Valyria stood, enduring, building, becoming, its story as endless as the dawn. With each remembrance, Valyria's soul seemed to deepen, its foundations settling not into stillness, but into a living, breathing certainty. The city no longer felt like a miracle to those born there, but a beloved inheritance, demanding, imperfect, forgiving, ever-changing. The bridges shone at sunrise with the prints and carvings of generations. The riverside gardens spilled beyond the walls in a tangle of roses and fruit trees. Even the stones themselves, ancient and well-trodden, hummed with the memory of laughter, argument, and song. Zai, aged but not frail, kept to their old habits, walking the gardens and rooftops each morning, listening to market gossip, marking observations in a series of ever-thicker notebooks. Apprentices, now a small crowd, for the city's fascination with memory and witness had become its own gentle tradition, followed at a respectful distance, copying Zai's practice of pausing, seeing, and sometimes just letting the world move unremarked. Zai's presence in council was less frequent, their voice softer, but when they spoke, the chamber fell still. "Let us remember how much we do not know," they would say, or, on occasion, "let us leave some things unfinished, for those who come after." On the anniversary of Lin's passing, Zai walked to the garden atop the council hall, a place now thick with trees, benches, and old stories. There, beside the memorial for Lin, petals scattered, stories left in painted stones, Zai read aloud from the archive. Faces gathered, counselors, old and new, apprentices and scholars, children with wild curls and knees, dusted with chalk from Hope's Crossing. Zai read of Lin's first garden, of the winter when bread ran short and the city opened its cellars, of Kala's seed-saving pact with distant islands, of Sara's stubborn kindness in the face of a storm that nearly drowned the North Quarter. When Zai's voice faded, a silence fell. Then, in the tradition Lin himself had revived, a child offered their own story, of learning to ride a dragon, of failing and falling, of being lifted up by the outstretched hand of a stranger, and learning that courage was sometimes only the willingness to try again. The child's voice wavered, then steadied, and the applause that followed was as real as any ancient anthem. The city's rhythm moved in grand cycles, but its heart beat in the ordinary. The festival of lights at midwinter, the breaking of bread at every new moon, the long days of harvest and the nights when the markets filled with laughter and argument. Dragons, rare and revered, came and went as they pleased, their comings celebrated not as omens, but as reunions. One spring, a young dragon, bright blue with silver wings, chose to nest atop the old amphitheater, its presence delighting children and terrifying the amphitheater's sparrows. Zai, from their window, watched the crowds gather, watched the dragon sun herself, watched the city's courage and curiosity outweigh its fear. That year, a new speaker was chosen. Thomas, a woman whose ancestors had come from the West Coast centuries before. She led with humility and a gift for hearing what was not said, for sensing the moment when a quarrel needed a pause, a story, a song. Thomas believed, as Zai did, that the city's greatness lay in its unfinished nature. The council faced new questions. A heat wave dried the river, making it necessary to ration water for the first time in decades. Tempers frayed. Accusations flew about old wells, about which quarters gardens drank more than their share. Thomas called for a council under the open sky, inviting not only councillors, but every citizen willing to listen and be heard. There, beneath banners faded by sun and time, Zai's apprentice, Nim, shy but clear-sighted, stood and recited a line from the archive. "Let no one thirst in a city built beside a river. What flows, flows for all." A silence followed, then a soft chorus of agreement. A new system was devised, pools dug and rainwater saved. Children learning again the old ways of conserving and sharing, of tending gardens not only for beauty, but for sustenance. Arguments remained, but so did laughter, and the city, though tested, held. As the next remembrance approached, the city blossomed with new arrivals. Distant wars had driven families from the east and south, and Valyria's council, after a season of impassioned debate, agreed to open its gates. Some feared the city would be overwhelmed. Others argued for limits and quotas. Thomas, citing both code and memory, stood in the amphitheater and said, "We are not the city of easy answers. We are the city that argues, welcomes, and tries again." I, listening, smiled. That night, they wrote in the archive, "Let the city risk its heart, for nothing else endures." The newcomers brought not only need but gifts, spices and crafts, stories and skills. The city's anthem grew another verse. The markets added new flavors. The gardens, new flowers. The dragons, wary at first, soon accepted the presence of curious children and bold riders from other lands. In the university, the tradition of open archive readings continued, with Zai often in the front row, eyes bright, every wrinkle a memory. One summer evening, Zai's apprentices gathered in the high garden, watching the city glow beneath the first lanterns of the new festival. Nim, now leading the archive, read aloud from a new entry, the account of the most recent remembrance, the story of the blue dragon's nesting, a transcript of the council's debate over water, a recipe for the festival cakes shared by refugees, a poem by a child from the North Quarter. Zai, tired but content, looked over the garden and the faces that ringed them. Friends, family, strangers become kin through the slow work of living together. "The city is never finished," Zai said, voice quiet but certain. "We are all unfinished. That is our blessing. If we were perfect, there would be nothing left to give, nothing left to forgive." A hush, then laughter, then applause, the kind that rolls and rolls until the city itself seems to join in. That night, the remembrance anthem rose from every quarter, its verses now too many for any one person to recall. Dragons circled above, their wings glinting in the torchlight, their shadows painting the domes and bridges with old magic. The river ran slow, bearing lanterns, carrying stories toward the open sea. And so, through trial and joy, through argument and song, Valyria endured. Children added their chalked names to Hope's Crossing. Elders shared bread and memory beneath the flowering trees. The council debated. The code grew and changed, and in every garden, in every voice raised at remembrance, the city's promise was renewed. Endure. Build. Build. Become. In the unfinished dawn, beneath the watchful eyes of dragons and the laughter of children, Valyria began again. Oh, Ka. The passing of Zai, quiet and gentle, sent a ripple through the city as profound as any festival or crisis. Their notebooks, left with careful instructions, were delivered to the living archive, a tower now overflowing with the works of generations, each voice preserved not for perfection, but for memory. The apprentices, now a respected order, their sashes blue and gold, lit a lantern for every story Zai had told, every kindness or lesson, every small hope recorded in the city's annals. At dusk, the city bells tolled, one for each decade of Zai's long life, echoing from gardens and bridges, bouncing soft off glass domes and river water. That remembrance, Nim took up the role of chief archivist, inheriting not only Zai's notebooks, but their habit of wandering. Nim was slighter, more withdrawn, but had an ear for silences and a mind quick as wind over wheat. They carried a slim journal and wrote in quick, looping script, never missing a quarrel or reconciliation, a child's prank, or a new law debated at dawn in the council. Nim's presence became a sign that something important was happening. Their quiet, attentive listening drawing out truths even the council sometimes tried to avoid. Under Nim, the tradition of the living archive deepened. They encouraged apprentices to record not just what was official, but what was unspoken. The hesitations in a counselor's voice before a vote, the old songs sung by newcomers from distant lands, the lullabies crooned to restless infants in dragon-lit towers, stories from the sickbeds, laughter at wakes, quiet forgivenesses exchanged in shadowed corners. These too became part of the city's memory. The council's work never ceased. That year brought the coldest winter in a generation. The river froze at the edges, bridges rimed with frost. The wild dragons vanished upriver, leaving only their prints in the snow and the silent longing of children watching the skies. Food grew scarce. Arguments in the market flared hotter than the fires in the city's forges. Nim and the council's speaker, Thomas, worked side by side, reading aloud from Zai's archives, stories of older winters, of cellars thrown open, of the time when the city baked bread from ground acorns and roasted roots. It was Nim who proposed the bread circle, a citywide custom in which each neighborhood sent volunteers to share what they could, redistribute, and keep records of needs unmet. The tradition became celebration. By spring, the city was telling stories of the night when bread ran out, but laughter did not. Nim's apprentices, learning their craft, sketched loaves into the margins of their journals, noting the names of every baker, every child who helped carry food across frozen lanes. The council debated a new code for trade, for sharing, for what it meant to belong when not everyone could give equally. The archives grew thicker, counselors more thoughtful. Thomas, who had been a potter, reminded the city, "We are not a perfect shape, but we are strong because we are made together, mended, patched, remade." When the thaw came, wildflowers burst through cracks in the bridges. The river ran high, and the city threw a festival for the dragon's return. Nim, standing on the banks, recorded the first sight of blue wings against the sun, the wild joy of children, and the cautious hope of elders. The city's anthem gained a verse, about hunger endured, kindness remembered, bread shared not because it was plenty, but because it was needed. A new counselor, Lyre, a quick-witted youth whose parents were refugees from the last floodplain war, lulled a proposal to renovate the riverfront, building new wharves and public baths. Debate was fierce. Some feared change, others welcomed it. Many worried the new construction would drive out those who had lived by the river for generations. Nim listened, wrote, and encouraged apprentices to interview everyone: shopkeepers, fishers, elders who remembered when the river was wider, children who knew every dragon's favorite perch. A compromise emerged. For every stone set, a story would be recorded. For every old house moved, a garden would be planted. For every new bath, a mural painted by the district's youngest. When the work was done, the riverfront was not just new. It was layered with memory, alive with laughter and the mingled voices of the city's long story. Nim's notebooks became legend. Each remembrance, a selection, was read aloud. By a child, an elder, sometimes by Nim themselves, voice steady but never grand. The city's anthem, now impossible for any one throat to hold in full, grew into a living, changing chorus. Children picking up a verse, elders adding a line, the dragon's cries echoing overhead. As Nim aged, the apprentices, more numerous each year, took on the role of storytellers, archivists, keepers of memory. They invented new forms: garden poetry readings, night markets of tales and dreams, a rooftop theater where scenes from old debates, lost loves, or council quarrels were performed by torchlight. One remembrance: the city voted to open its archives to every traveler, every exile. People arrived from across the world, searching for ancestors' names, lost recipes, old laws, songs half remembered. Many stayed. Some left, carrying with them copies of stories, sketches of gardens, verses of the anthem written in their own hand. The city's memory became the world's memory, a living export, as valued as glass, silk, or dragon lore. Nim, at the end, was content. Their last festival, too weak to walk the bridges, they sat in the old garden atop the council hall and listened as the city sang. The apprentices, sitting around them, asked for advice. Nim just smiled and said, "Keep listening. Listen to everything. Remember more than you record, and forgive more than you remember." When Nim died, the city did not fall silent. It sang all the louder, every rooftop and market and bridge ringing with the anthem, the dragon's cries folding into the chorus. Lanterns drifted along the river, bearing not just the memory of one life, but the promise that stories would never be lost, not in this city, not in this world. And Sony Valyria endured. The council met, argued, laughed, and mended the city. The archives grew, imperfect, crowded, beautiful. Every garden bloomed with memory. Every remembrance, the story was begun again. Endure, build, become. And in the morning, beneath the circling dragons, in the laughter of children and the hush of apprentices listening, the city once again welcomed the dawn. Oh, K. Seasons circled endlessly, and with them, Valyria's heart beat on. The city's rhythm now pulsed through a tapestry so wide that strangers sometimes became kin before they even learned each other's names. Dragons, old and new, wild and city-raised, came and went, sometimes gone for years, sometimes raising hatchlings on the stone towers, or dozing beside sunlit gardens, their scales glinting with the memory of fire and promise. The apprentices of the archive, now called the Order of Memory, grew into their own council. A loose, gentle body, not elected but welcomed, its role less to govern than to witness and remind. Their sashes were still blue and gold, their notebooks now bound in every color. They were a presence in every garden and market, every council session and festival, and their voices, curious, probing kind, became the city's conscience, never letting Valyria forget where it came from or who had been left behind in the rush to become something new. In this era, the speaker was a middle-aged woman named Rennie, whose childhood had been spent on the riverbanks, chasing lanterns and learning from Lynn's garden apprentices. Rennie was known for her laughter and debate, her stubbornness in defense of the city's poorest, and her gift for transforming the council's most bitter arguments into invitations for children to join and ask questions. It was said she measured progress not by laws passed or dragons bred, but by the number of neighbors who shared bread with strangers each year. The city was, as always, facing something new. A drought, longer than any living memory, had withered the marshes and browned the gardens, sent the river's level lower than even the oldest could recall. Ships from distant lands arrived less often, their holds nearly empty, and the city's stores dwindled despite careful rationing. Arguments in council sharpened, sometimes breaking into shouts or tears, as councilors debated whether to divert more water to the rooftop gardens, the market wells, or the dragon roosts. The Order of Memory, led by a soft-spoken archivist named Gavi, responded not with proclamations, but with questions. They visited every district, listening, inviting stories of past droughts, of what had worked and what had failed. Gavi filled notebooks with quiet observations, which children fetched water for the sick, which bakers gave bread without coin, which councilors visited every quarter and which retreated to comfort. At a council meeting held on Hope's Crossing, its stones now smooth with the passage of centuries, its arches painted with every new generation's hopes, Rennie stood and read from the Order's notes. "We do not need a miracle," she said. "Only each other. If gardens must go fallow, let every child help replant them when the rains return. If dragons must seek their food beyond the river, let us send with them our hopes. If anyone hungers, let their neighbors know it." There was a vote, and it was not unanimous, but it was strong enough. The city rationed its water, closing the fountains and letting the gardens rest. The dragons flew west in search of rain, guided by young riders willing to learn from the wild. And every night, the order gathered children and elders alike to tell stories of lean years, teaching the city to hope not in plenty, but in sharing. When the drought broke at last, when the skies opened and rain drummed across every roof and market and bridge, the city celebrated as it had not in generations. The gardens, tended with care and patience, burst back to life in a riot of color. The river rose and ran swift, washing clean the stones and carrying lanterns and petals all the way to the sea. The council's archives grew thick with new songs, poems, and tales of what had been lost and regained. The order's notebooks recorded 100 acts of quiet courage: a baker's daughter carrying water for a dragon, an old man planting seeds in soil that had seemed dead, 2 neighbors, once bitter rivals, sharing the first basket of berries from a garden reborn. The dragons returned, leaner and wiser, settling again into their old haunts. A festival welcomed them home, the city's anthem rising in a wild, joyous chorus that echoed from the amphitheater to the far hills. Gavi, whose health was failing, called the Order of Memory to the highest room in the archive. The apprentices, some only children, others grown, already passing on the craft, listened as Gavi read aloud from Nim's last notebook, then Zai's, then the early yellowed pages from the days when the city's story had first been kept in ink. "Do not think the city will ever be finished," Gavi said. "Do not mourn what you cannot remember. Do not fear what you cannot change. Only witness and offer what you can. A story, a kindness, a question. In the end, these are what endure." When Gavi died, a garden was planted in their name on the roof of the university. Its soil mixed with earth from every district, seeds brought from every kin and trade. The new archivist, a spry woman named Nerol, vowed to record not just the city's great moments, but the overlooked days when nothing seemed to happen, believing, as Gavi had, that the city's strength was in its gentle, ordinary continuity. The decades that followed saw change, as always. New ways of teaching, new bridges built, new arrivals welcomed from lands beyond even the summer sea. The dragons became more elusive, choosing the wild less often, but always returning at remembrance, as if summoned by the chorus of the city's anthem. Rennie grew older, then stepped down, and for the first time, the speaker's seat was filled by a counselor, chosen entirely by the children's vote. A shy, thoughtful boy named Ciro, who listened more than he spoke, and who, in his first speech, asked the city not for loyalty or love, but for honest questions and shared bread. The city flourished through another war in the east, sheltering refugees, learning new songs, adding new lines to the code. Some years were hard: a fire that swept the lower quarter, a sickness that struck the dragons young, an argument over the rights of new arrivals that threatened to divide the council. Each time, the Order of Memory led by example, seeking stories from every side, encouraging debate, weaving conflict into the city's long fabric of belonging. At the next remembrance, Nerol stood at Hope's Crossing as the city gathered, lanterns and banners everywhere, and spoke not of greatness, but of grace. "We have endured. We have built. We have become. And tomorrow, we will begin again." Dragons wheeled above, and the river shone with lanterns and laughter, memory and hope. The anthem rose, now endless, ever new, yet always returning to the refrain. Endure. Build. Become. In the morning, as sunlight touched the garden roofs and painted the bridges gold, Valyria woke to another day, unfinished, unbroken, ready once more to remember and to dream. Under the pale pink glow of a new remembrance, Valyria shimmered, alive and eager, every rooftop and bridge draped with banners stitched by children's hands. The city was more than its stones now. It was a living promise, layered and unhurried, a song each generation continued without end. The dragons were rare. Rumors said wild flocks nested in the far mountains, only sending their young to the city for the festival, as if even they understood what it meant to return, to be seen, to belong. Ciro, still boyish though the speaker's chain had grown heavy on his shoulders, woke before dawn and crossed the silent Hope's Crossing, the bridge worn smooth and bright with fresh chalk. He paused at the midpoint, where names old and new overlapped. Zai, Lin, Kala, Gavi, Evie, and more, all wrapped into the stone, remembered and becoming myth. Ciro pressed his palm to the cool surface, drawing courage from the memory of those who had come before. As the sun climbed, the city woke, and the festival began. Markets spilled into every lane, musicians tuned flutes and lyres, bakers handed out sweet buns glazed with honey and orange peel. Elders stood at corners and told stories of the oldest remembrances, of dragons so numerous their wings darkened the sky, of a city where bread was once measured by hope alone, of the time when the first children's vote reshaped the council forever. Ciro's heart pounded at the weight of so much trust, so much expectation. In the amphitheater, as thousands gathered, Ciro stood at the speaker's stone and took a deep breath. He did not speak of conquest, nor of old glories, but of mornings spent in the garden, of sitting quietly with newcomers and hearing what frightened and delighted them, of watching a counselor and a baker reconcile with a shared joke and a loaf of bread. "We do not endure by resisting change," he said, voice clear and high, but by inviting it. "Each time we listen, truly listen, to a new voice or to our own doubt, we build the city again. Each time we forgive, or change our mind, or pass on a story, we become more than we were." The chorus answered as it always had, swelling with hope. Endure, build, become. The Order of Memory. Neril, now chief archivist, their hair iron gray, their voice strong, led the apprentices through the lanes, gathering new stories, sketches, and songs. They listened to children practicing the anthem's newer verses in the riverside schoolyard, to a merchant newly arrived from the east, teaching a market crowd the recipe for a spiced lentil stew, to two dragon riders comparing the old roosts, now overgrown with wildflowers, to the airy stone nests built atop the new library domes. Neril encouraged apprentices to write not only what happened, but what was nearly forgotten. The taste of the year's first strawberries, the arguments over whether to allow a fire juggler at the festival, the hush that fell on the city when the dragons circled at sunset. In these details, Neril reminded them, you find the heart of the city. That afternoon, as the market quieted for the remembrance meal, the order read from the archive in the open square. Tales of past drought and shared bread, of the great fire that once swept the west quarter and the mural children painted on its new wall, of the first dragon who let a weaver's daughter plait ribbons in his mane. The city listened, not only for comfort, but for lessons. In every story, there was a reminder. The city's greatest triumphs were never solitary, but communal, born from argument and laughter, from risk and the courage to change. The year brought new trials. After a string of mild winters, a great storm battered the coast and sent floods up the river's mouth, drowning the lowest fields and driving hundreds to seek shelter in the higher quarters. The council's debates were sharp, every solution imperfect. How to house the refugees, how to rebuild the ruined piers, how to ration grain for the coming lean months. At the first meeting after the storm, Ciro invited the Order of Memory to sit with the council and share the stories of past floods, the failures and recoveries, the anger and the reconciliation. One apprentice read a passage from Zai's notebook, written centuries before. We cannot spare ourselves pain, but we can spare each other solitude. In the end, it is not stone that endures, but mercy. Moved, the council voted to throw open every temple, guildhall and school for shelter. The city's musicians organized concerts to raise funds. Gardeners brought cuttings to restore what was lost. Dragon riders used their mounts to ferry food to isolated quarters, while the young and old wove nets to fish the receding waters. For months, Valyria lived in close quarters, its quarters crowded and sometimes fractious, but a new spirit flourished. Children befriended the newcomers. Bakers and brewers swapped stories and skills. Strangers became neighbors as everyone rebuilt together. When the floodwaters receded and the first crops ripened again, a new garden was planted at the river's edge, its soil dark with silt, its paths winding and open. Cyril helped break the ground himself, his hands muddy, his smile shy as children pressed seeds into the earth. The anthem gained a new verse. When waters rise, we lift each other. When hope runs thin, we sow the dawn. Time's wheel turned. Cyril grew into his role, his voice deepening, his patience growing with each argument and crisis. Neril retired, their legacy a generation of listeners, every apprentice now a chronicler in their own way. The city's code was rewritten yet again, more forgiving, more inclusive, more insistent that no voice be left unheard. The dragons grew rare, but always returned at remembrance. Each time they circled the city, their shadows flowing over bridges and domes. The city's children followed them with wide eyes, their laughter echoing like bells. The market square hosted more festivals, more arguments, more weddings and stories, each one woven into the living archive. Old wounds sometimes reopened, a counselor accused of hoarding grain, a riot over a festival rivalry, a fire blamed on careless apprentices. Each time the order listened, the council debated, the city mended. The archives, now taking up 2 towers, brimmed with contradiction and memory, with the promise that no story would be lost. Cyril aged and passed the chain to a new speaker, chosen not by acclaim or seniority, but by the council's children and apprentices. Under the city's ever-changing code, this became custom. Each speaker led only as long as the youngest wished it. The city's future trusted always to its newest voices. At the next remembrance, as dragons wheeled overhead and lanterns shimmered in the dusk, the speaker, barely 15, flame-haired and laughing, stood on Hope's crossing and proclaimed, "Let the city always remember that it is never finished. Let every ending be a chance to begin." And the chorus, ancient and ever renewed, rang out. Endure. Build. Dat. Become. As the city slept, the river ran on. The gardens bloomed, and the stories waited for new voices. Each dawn a promise that in Valyria, hope and memory would always have a home. A.K. As the years slipped into centuries and remembrance circled again, Valyria's roots wound ever deeper, its crown ever higher, a living testament not to thrones or empires, but to patience and persistence. From the green foothills where wild dragons hatched their broods, to the oldest stones of Hope's crossing, the city was the sum of every hand that had shaped it, every voice that had risen in quarrel or song. Its walls wore the patina of laughter, storm and forgiveness, as much a part of its being as the marble and glass. The city's story was so entwined with the memory of its archivists and apprentices that the archive itself had become a civic heart, nearly as beloved as the river or the garden roofs. In these years, the order of memory had grown to hundreds, from bright-eyed children scribbling on garden benches to white-haired elders poring over ink-darkened tomes. Their notebooks, once scattered, now spanned 3 towers and 2 wings of the university, interwoven with the city's university and public schools. It was said, only half in jest, that any dispute in council or alley could be settled by sending for the archive. It has happened before. Let us remember. Let us begin again. The city, as ever, was in a state of gentle crisis. A fever, carried upriver by a trading bark, swept through the eastern quarters. The oldest of the dragons fell ill, listless and withdrawn, stirring old fears in the markets and whispers of curses or bad omens. Arguments over water and grain, already sharp from the lean harvest of 2 years past, now grew heated as the city's stewards debated how much to reserve for the sick, how much for the dragons' pools, how much for the gardens that fed the quarter's poorest children. The speaker now was Muriel, a young woman of mixed riverfolk and mountain heritage, chosen for her clear mind and the steadiness with which she listened to dissent. Her council was a crowd, apprentices and archivists, gardeners and smiths, healers and dragon riders, children and elders, all pressing in with advice, worries and demands. Each remembrance, Muriel stood at the speaker's stone, not to pronounce answers, but to invite questions. "What is mercy today?" she would ask, or, Whose story have we not yet heard? When the fever struck, Muriel called an assembly in the open square. She asked the order to read aloud the stories of the city's earlier plagues, of the bread lines that wound through the amphitheater, the fever tents in the gardens, the time the wild dragons had circled overhead for days, breathing cool mist onto the sickbeds. Apprentices read, sometimes stumbling, sometimes strong, their voices overlapping with the memory of all the times Valyria had nearly broken, and always rebuilt. It was a small thing that turned the tide, a group of apprentices, led by a clever healer's child named Tano, recorded not only who had fallen sick, but who had been cared for by whom, whose neighbor fetched water, whose song soothed pain, whose soup saved a stranger. These lists grew, and soon the city was mapping not just the progress of the fever, but the spread of kindness. Healers were dispatched to every quarter, their routes planned by the order's apprentices. The council, reading the new stories, ordered the rationing of grain eased in the sickest quarters, and a call went out for musicians, storytellers, and cooks to share what they could. The dragons too recovered, thanks to a mix of old remedies, found in an apprentice's centuries-old notebook, and new, clever observation. When the fever passed, a remembrance festival, unlike any before, was called. Muriel led a parade through the city's streets, pausing at every garden, every dragon's perch, every home where bread had been shared or hope restored. We are more than we suffer, she said. We are what we share, what we risk, what we remember. Time pressed on. The city grew, shrank, changed shape. The order of memory's role became not only to record, but to mediate, to teach the arts of listening, of settling disputes, of drawing shy voices into the open. Counselors were now as likely to be chosen from the order's apprentices as from the old guilds or wealthy quarters. It was not wisdom or lineage, but the willingness to witness and forgive that mattered most. A new generation took up the chorus. Young speakers, children and teens. Sometimes elected for only a season, led remembrance from the speaker's stone, their voices high and unsteady, but full of conviction. Each added a line to the anthem, each argued for a new tradition. A festival of silence to remember those gone, a day of shared planting for every new arrival, a vow that no child should ever eat alone. The city faced new perils, a landslide in the western hills, a fire that nearly took the great library, a quarrel over whether to let distant kin claim a share in the city's code. Every trial added a thread to the archive. Muriel, older now, wrote her own stories in the margins, her failures and doubts, her pride in the city's resilience, her wonder at the patience and courage of children. When a distant war sent thousands fleeing to Valyria's gates, the council debated for weeks, every voice heard, every story weighed. The order's chief archivist, a quiet man named Eli, read aloud an entry from Nim's era. We have survived by our willingness to be changed by strangers. The city opened its gates. New foods, new games, new stories filled the markets and gardens, and once more the city learned to remake itself without losing its core. As dragons faded further into legend, returning for remembrance, sometimes not at all, the city's story settled deeper into the hands of its people. The river, wider and more braided than ever, ran swift with lanterns, each one inscribed with a promise, a name, a question for the future. In the archives, apprentices continued to sketch, write, and argue, their stories layering atop the old, never erasing, always adding. The gardens grew taller, with bridges running not just over the river, but high above the city, linking roofs and towers in green webs. Children played at being speakers and archivists, at building and arguing and singing new lines for the anthem. One remembrance Muriel, old now, with silver hair and kind eyes, sat in the archive garden, listening to the chorus rising from every quarter, every bridge, every window. She watched a new speaker, barely 13, take up the chain and recite, "Let us leave the city unfinished. Let us leave the story open." The city, radiant in the dusk, answered, "Endure, build, become." As the lanterns rose, as dragons' cries echoed in the far hills, as the river ran toward the sea, Valyria welcomed another dawn. Alive, imperfect, and ever remade by memory, mercy, and the endless courage to begin again. As another century unfurled, the rhythm of remembrance grew as natural to Valyria as the pulse of its river or the breeze that swept through the city's green bridges. The world beyond changed, a shifting of kingdoms, a silencing and resurgence of distant wars, even new marvels born in far-off cities. But within Valyria, it was the voice of the city itself, the living chorus of its people, that held the center. The city endured as a memory and a promise, its codes rewritten and resung with each new generation. Muriel passed quietly in her sleep, a bouquet of old garden blooms on her pillow. She was mourned by thousands. The bells tolled not just in her quarter but throughout the city, from the river's broad mouth to the highest terraces where wild dragons still sometimes roosted in solitude. For days, apprentices and elders read aloud from her marginalia, her arguments, her regrets, her sudden flashes of joy in council, her simple gratitude for the city's relentless hope. The new speaker was Sen, not yet 20, and elected by acclamation after a remembrance festival, where children led every debate. Sen was a child of the river quarter, raised by 2 mothers who fished and one who tended dragons. Their laughter had earned them half the city's affection before they ever spoke a word in council. Sen's speeches were stories, not orders. "The river is not the same as the sea," they said once, "but both carry us forward. So must we carry each other." This was a time of invention, curiosity, and new restlessness. The city's bridges, already famous in 100 lands, began to sprout garden towers, a mingling of architecture and botany, where fruit grew above the water, and bees flitted from terrace to terrace. The oldest archivists taught that a garden was a memory made visible, a record not only of seeds and sun, but of quarrels and peacemaking, of the hands that watered and the hearts that dared to plant for an unseen harvest. The Order of Memory, now sprawling and busy, had new tasks. Apprentices led dawn walks through the old quarters, interviewing the last survivors of the first era of dragon riders. They recorded recipes from grandmothers, lullabies from distant refugees, arguments from council and market that were then debated again as theater for festival crowds. The archives swelled, ink, paper, gardens, stones. The stories now also kept on clever glass tablets invented by a trio of friends who fused dragon lore with northern crystal work. Every month, the order chose a storyteller in residence, charged with following the city's pulse and recording a single day in all its contradiction. Sometimes the storyteller was a child, sometimes an elder, sometimes a visitor with no council seat or guild badge at all. The result was a dazzling, bewildering memory, a market argument about salt, a dragon's rare visit, a day when rain fell so hard the city seemed to float. These stories became the stuff of city legend, shaping remembrance with their honesty and surprise. The dragons had changed too. Wild broods nested in the mountains and only visited the city at midsummer, sometimes circling the towers in the dusk, sometimes only leaving a single feather or scale on a rooftop as a sign of kinship. City dragons, gentler but rare, became less the center of remembrance and more a symbol, mosaic and myth, alive in memory and story, their wisdom now the city's own, not to conquer, but to witness, to adapt, to forgive. Sen, for all their youth, understood the weight of dragons. On the eve of their first remembrance as speaker, they met with old Tano, now archivist emeritus, who once mapped kindness through a plague. "You do not need to be a dragon," Tano told Sen. "But you must remember what dragons taught us. That to endure, we must learn, and unlearn, and learn again. It is all right to let go, to mourn, and to begin." That festival saw a crisis and a miracle. Storms battered the summer sea, and a flotilla of battered boats arrived, filled with families who had lost everything. The city, stretched by its own needs, was uneasy. Some counselors urged caution, others called for every gate to be thrown open. Sen, listening, invited the children of the newcomers to join the festival processions. It was the children who taught the city a new song, a melody from their drowned homeland, soon woven into the anthem, and sung on hope's crossing that night. The council's compromise. The city would share shelter and bread, but each new family would plant a tree or vine in the gardens above the river, their roots binding their hopes to the cities. Years later, the summer grove would be famous, each tree a living memory of welcome and change. The city's code, never fixed, continued to grow. Debates flared. How to share river water in dry years, how to balance trade with distant cities against care for the poorest, how to ensure that every child, native or newcomer, had a voice in remembrance. These arguments, once bitter, now became ritual, a way to test the code's strength and the city's patience. The order recorded every word, and every year the archives were open to the festival crowds, inviting all to read, to argue, to add their story. One autumn, the dragons did not return. Some feared it was an omen. Others said it was only time, the old cycles turning as they must. Sen called the city together and spoke gently. There will be years without dragons, as there will be years without easy answers. But there will never be a year without each other. The city grieved, then adapted. The anthem gained a verse not of longing but of gratitude. If the dragons do not return, we will carry their memory, in story and garden, in kindness and song. The years unraveled as threads in a tapestry. Festivals and disputes, droughts and feasts, laughter, sorrow, always a beginning within every ending. Children led the council for a season. Elders taught new apprentices the skill of listening. The summer grove flourished. Hope's crossing gleamed with new names. Sen, growing older, watched the city's children invent new games and new songs. The speaker's chain changed hands a dozen times in a decade, as the city trusted its youth to teach it what it had forgotten and to forgive it for what it still must learn. At each remembrance, as dusk fell and lanterns rose from river and roof, the chorus thundered from every quarter. Endure. Build. Become. The city never finished, and in its unfinishedness found its glory, a place where every memory could be argued, every quarrel mended, every sorrow sung, and every hope once planted could become the root of a new beginning. And Sony Valyria woke to another dawn, alive with stories, luminous with possibility, certain that as long as its people endured, and built, and became, there would always be a city, and always a home for hope. A new century dawned bright on Valyria, the air trembling with birdsong, and the scents of blooming roofs, wet earth, river silt, and sun-warmed stone. The city had stretched beyond even the wildest dreams of the early counselors. Its heart was the same, yet every year brought some small reinvention, a new bridge braided of glass and steel, a dragon marl unfolding across 3 domes, a festival of stories for the city's newest children. Each child gifted a seed to plant and a promise that their voice, too, would shape the city's future. Remembrance had become more than a festival. It was a season. Lanterns hung for weeks in every window. Stories swapped every dusk on benches and in council chambers, rooftop gardens glowing with bonfires and laughter. Children from every district and every land made pilgrimages to the archive, guided by order apprentices who showed them how to record what they saw, felt, and dreamed. The living memory of the city was now its greatest treasure. A vast, chaotic, honest tapestry, open to all, never edited for pride or ease. Sen's last remembrance as speaker was a dusk of rain and gold. The amphitheater overflowed, every arch and step lined with families, friends, newcomers and elders. Wild dragons had not returned in decades. Some said they never would, but their legends rippled in the lantern light, alive in the hands of children tracing scales onto the stones, singing verses added to the anthem in faraway quarters. Sen, silver-haired and smiling, stood at the speaker's stone. Around them, the council was more diverse than ever. Glassmakers and river pilots, a pair of twins from the summer grove, a baker from the farthest east, and the archivist Gila, whose laughter had made her as beloved as her notebooks. Sen spoke simply, as was their way. We do not finish. We do not hold. We do not wait for dragons, nor mourn what is gone more than we love what is here. Our code is not stone, it is a song, and each of you, a singer. Carry it forward. Add your own verses. Argue. Mend. Die. Remember. The crowd's chorus, grown to 1,000 harmonies, swept the city. Endure. Build. Diet. Become. As the lanterns lifted, Sen passed the speaker's chain to Gila, whose first act was to invite every child under 10 to walk the city's bridges with her at dawn, to see what is forgotten, and what can be new. Change, as ever, arrived with wind and rain. A summer of wild storms battered the coast, and new faces came to the city's gates, fisherfolk and farmers with stories of villages washed away, bringing strange seeds and salt-worn hands. Gila, leading the council in debate, insisted each new arrival be paired with a city child as a memory bearer, not to teach or instruct, but to share gardens, kitchens, stories. The council chambers echoed with questions about housing and work, but also laughter and surprise, as new voices reminded the city of hungers and dreams it had half forgotten. That autumn, as food grew scarce and patience thin, the Order of Memory hosted an open archive on Hope's Crossing. Apprentices read aloud the stories of every hard winter before, of the bread circle, the first shared gardens, the time when children led the city through flood and hunger. The city voted, again not unanimously, but with enough strength, to share what remained, to ration as needed, to trust that hunger was best faced together. When the rains returned, gardens burst with new fruit, and the city added another layer to its living memory. Wildflowers from the newcomers' seeds ran riot on every roof, and the anthem gained a verse that celebrated not plenty, but resilience and mutual care. In these years, the order itself grew more vital. The archive spilled into a third tower, its shelves and gardens a maze of voices. Storytellers in residence ranged from a dancer who mapped the city's mood in chalk to a 12-year-old wildling boy who wrote only in riddles and river lore. The order's rules, if they could be called that, were simple. Every argument deserved to be recorded, every sorrow remembered as fuel for change, every kindness a seed for future hope. Gila's council pioneered a new custom, Festival of Listening, where counselors and apprentices alike spent a week visiting every garden and home, listening without reply, writing down what people wished had changed, what they mourned, what they dared to imagine. The resulting memory scrolls were read aloud each remembrance, their wild mix of complaint, wish, and wonder forming the backbone of the next year's debates. On the city's newest bridge, a sinuous arch called Mercy's Leap, children painted murals depicting the city's long story. No single line was straight. Every panel was added to, argued over, sometimes painted over again. The picture never quite finished. At one end, a tiny dragon, painted bright blue, perched atop a rooftop garden, gazing toward the mountains. Then, one spring, a wonder, a clutch of dragon eggs found warm in the highest garden of the council hall, their shells mottled with green and gold. Word spread as if carried on the wind itself. The city awoke as it had not in generations. Children, elders, every apprentice of the order came to see. A debate erupted. How to care for the eggs, who should be their keepers, whether they should be guarded or left wild. In the end, the council chose trust. The eggs were left in the open garden, watched by a circle of children and apprentices, cared for by many hands but never caged or hidden. When the eggs hatched at midsummer, their cries joined the remembrance chorus, and the city's anthem gained a new refrain. If dragons wake, let it be for hope, for gardens, for bridges, for stories and dawn. Years passed as they always did, and the city spun forward. Gila led for only a handful of remembrances, then yielded the chain to a young storyteller from the riverside, chosen by lot and welcomed with cheers and gentle jokes about their shyness. The order's apprentices began to travel, carrying stories and seeds to other cities, bringing back songs and questions and recipes, scattering memory across the world. Sometimes quarrels grew sharp, over new codes for trade, over whether gardens should be wild or ordered, over the best way to welcome a wave of newcomers from a distant drought. Sometimes sadness touched the city, a lost dragonling, a fire in the archive, a flood that nearly swept away the lowest quarter. Each time the city's old promises were renewed, re-argued, and kept. On the 1050th remembrance, the city's children led the anthem, each voice rising clear and sure. Lanterns sailed the river, dragons circled high above, and the city, unfinished, unafraid, dared the dawn to bring whatever it would. And in every heart, on every bridge and garden and page of memory, the promise echoed, endure, build, not become. The city, as ever, began again. Centuries had shaped Valyria into a place of such layered memory that even the elders sometimes paused, breathless, amid the bridges and gardens and thronged squares. No single eye could take in all its colors at once. The dizzying blues and golds of lanterns on Remembrance Eve, the green riot of wild gardens tumbling down from rooftops, the sweep of murals where dragons wound through the city's story, their scales painted by children whose names would one day join the city's long, living song. It was said that Valyria never truly slept. Even on moonless nights, when river mist shrouded the domes and dragons wheeled as shadows above, the city's heart beat on. A baker up before dawn, setting bread for the hungry, an apprentice of the order writing the day's memory in a rain-spotted journal, the oldest counselor walking the bridges, humming a line from the anthem's ever-growing refrain. By now, the archive had outgrown even its third tower, spilling into libraries, gardens, the undercroft of the university, and the living rooms of the city's oldest families. No one pretended to have read it all. Its purpose had changed. Not a record to be mastered, but a well to draw from, a guide for the lost and the restless, a challenge for each new speaker to find their own way of listening, forgiving and leading. This remembrance dawned under a high, soft sky, dragon clouds rolling lazily above the river. The city bustled from first light. Banners unfurled from every window, painted and stitched with images old and new. The first dragon eggs found in a council garden, Hope's Crossing thronged with children. The bread circle and the summer grove, wild storms survived, and the songs born in their aftermath. The speaker, Moran, was a child of the Summer Grove, a district once planted by refugees. Now the greenest in the city, its trees tall and strong, its fruit traded for books and bread in every market. Moran had curly hair and a voice quick to laughter. But it was her listening, her habit of letting a silence stretch until the truth emerged, that had made the city trust her. In her second year as speaker, she had presided over the Great River Song Accord, a long, sometimes furious negotiation between dragon riders and gardeners over water rights, resolved not by edict, but by a week of shared meals, music, and a game of floating lanterns judged by children. The order of memory was as vital as the council. The archivist now was a quiet man named Lys, descended from Nim and Tano, who led the apprentices with gentle rigor, insisting that every remembrance include the voices of the least heard. For months before the festival, apprentices fanned out, gathering the stories of canal builders, flower sellers, wildlings who had come in with the last storm, dragon riders and roof gardeners, the musicians and cooks and quiet watchers who never claimed a badge or banner. This year, the city faced a challenge not of hunger or plague, but of memory itself. The oldest of the archive's first volumes, the ones penned in Zai's hand, with Lin's pressed flowers and Gavi's careful marginalia, were found to be crumbling, their ink faded and their paper soft as silk. There was fear, for the first time in generations, that some stories might be lost. Moran, listening to the anxious debates, called the city to the amphitheater on the eve of remembrance. There, under the gaze of the dragons, 3 young ones that year, perched on the highest towers, she asked the order's apprentices to read what they could of the oldest stories, sometimes only a line or a fragment, sometimes a name and a year. She then turned to the crowd. These are not just our memories, she said, her voice carrying over the water and gardens. They are our roots. But a living city needs new roots too. Tonight, I ask you, tell again the stories you remember, add what was lost, and change what needs to be changed. No memory is perfect. Every story told is a beginning. The amphitheater was alive that night with the murmurs and laughter of hundreds recounting old tales in their own words. The archivist Lais led the children through the gardens, gathering the new stories, the retellings, the arguments, and the laughter. By morning, the city's memory was not only restored, but made new, different, imperfect, but alive. Change continued. That winter, dragons vanished from the city for 2 seasons. No eggs found, no scales glimpsed at dusk. Some elders called it an omen. Others shrugged. The code, the gardens, and the river would endure with or without dragon's fire. The council argued, debated whether to keep building dragon roosts, whether to send an embassy to the wild valleys, or to accept the world's turning. Moran listened, then chose to leave the decision to the city's children, inviting every school and garden to vote. The answer by overwhelming margin was to keep the roosts wild, the murals fresh, the stories told. Just in case. Spring brought a miracle. One wild dragon, old and gold and battered, arrived with 2 hatchlings in tow, circling the city before vanishing upriver. The city cheered, but the new verse in the anthem that year was not about return, but about patience. Let what is wild be wild still. Let memory wait. Let hope be skill. The order of memory continued to evolve. Storytellers began to travel, carrying copies of the oldest city tales to distant lands, bringing back stories and dreams to enrich Valyria's own. A delegation from a city by the far northern sea arrived, awed by the gardens and bridges, eager to trade not only goods but ways of remembering and arguing, sharing their own code of mercy and dissent. The archive's old pages, too fragile for daily handling, were set in glass cases in the university, with their words recopied by the apprentices. Some lines in the original hand, others adapted, all annotated with questions, poems, sometimes even jokes. No one was ever punished for changing a memory. It was understood by now that the city's truth was woven, layered, ever-shifting. At the 1100th remembrance, the city was bright with lanterns and full of new faces. Dragons circled again. Children sang the anthem's endless verses, and the speaker, now a teenager from Mercy's Leap, called out, "We are unfinished, and that is our glory. Tell your story, then listen for the stories not yet told. Argue, forgive, grow, Nendawanda." The crowd answered, as always, with the ancient words, endure, build, become. And as dusk fell, and lanterns rose, as river and gardens, and dragons and bridges glowed with memory and longing and laughter, Valyria continued, unfinished, undaunted, and forever new.